Gentlemen, the Lidoma International Series Grand Finals. Mustache Dave, Enigma will be bringing you the action in English. I believe we have 3 different streams going on here today, all different languages. Big day, Enigma, big day. Oh, for sure. As we saw there, 800 teams started the gauntlet, and they had to go through their own individual region stages to make it here. We had the MENA finals the other day, the Turkey finals the other day, and you and I covering the EU finals. So those finals, those top teams, well, now they are here to compete for the grand prize, for the cash money, and of course, to be #1 in the Lidoma Grand Final Series number two here in Enigma. So let me ask you, man, what are you looking forward to here today? We got a long day, a lot of PUBG mobile action coming up. Woo. Yeah, first place will obviously get the lump sum, the champion team, as we're going to call them here, $2,000. Runner-up, that's the second place team, $1,000. And you can see goes down from there. So we will have 5 games here. You know, it's another sprint. Now, this whole thing has been a series of sprints, right? So it's been one big marathon, but each sprint added up till today. Only 5 games. So you really can't afford to have a bad one. Here are the placement points here, Enigma. Mm-hmm. Yeah, brute force and EU averaged like 8 eliminations if you had to average it out throughout each match. But some other teams here, here's a team list, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to dive deep into this one because S2G, we're talking about the points and how teams got here, right? S2G finals, no chicken dinners, 44 eliminations here, Enigma. So we're looking at teams that know how to pop off. The team that is second best when it comes to eliminations is RTG from MENA. They got 38 eliminations, but 2 chickens, right? So it is very interesting to see how these teams got here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they compete here today. And here are the map breakdown. Here is the map breakdown. There it is. We got 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and then right smack in the middle, map number 3, the Sanhok of our sandwich here today. Well, let's pull up some squad rosters here in case you are looking forward to watching your particular player and cheer them on in the chat, or the team on the chat here. Let us know who we should keep our eyes on. I recall in the EU finals that you and I took a part of, there was a ton of Dark Knight fans. There was a ton of Hardbass team fans as well. But I'm looking forward to seeing who the fans will be cheering on here today. Now that we have 3 separate regions all competing in our lobby, it's going to be an interesting day here, Enigma. Without a doubt, Falcons White, a team that you and I, we were really kind of gassing up, right? Cheering for them. Barely qualifying, if I'm not mistaken. Barely making it. They had like one solid game and then kind of just lackluster. So really looking forward to seeing what that squad can accomplish here today. I like this page, all right? The Dark Knights, Hate Gaming, and Hardbass team. Those 3 teams, they put on one heck of a show during the EU finals. Hardbass team, 2 chickens, so definitely a team to keep your eye on here. And the Dark Knights, another one of these squads that we saw multiple plays from Killer Joe out here, Vic out here, and yeah, and Papa Boss, like just slaying, right? Just making it look good on an individual level. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can accomplish here today as a squad. No Bobs. Yeah, FLUX and S2G, 2 squads qualifying through the Turkey finals. Yeah, FLUX coming in 3rd with like 28 eliminations. Soul K, Lutz, Soulless, some players that go way back, right? Go way back when it comes to the competitive scene. So I love to see players just still sticking it out and really competing it, giving it their all. And here's Fury from Turkey, the 2nd place team, who also had 2 chickens in their pockets. So looking forward to it, man. I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to seeing the 3 regions clash today on game 1 and game 2 being Erangel and Miramar. And I'm bringing this up, I'm already shifting gears because the drop spots have to be something that a lot of these players are starting to worry about already. I have to assume. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Talking about the hype man, what teams are we hyping up here today? Because I know we had our caster curses, some people say, during the EU finals, and that team didn't make it, unfortunately for us. But we won't go there. Let's stick with the now, right? Because we're looking at teams that we want to gas up. Obviously, for me, it has to be Brute Force, just because if you haven't watched the EU finals, this team, they were really consistent every single game. Their team fights looked beautiful. you can tell that the team is clicking on all cylinders, and that's what you like to see. So I'm looking at brute force, of course, S2G on the other side of that coin as well. But Enigma, who are we gassing up on your side here today? Easy peasy, lemon squeezy does it here, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, here are the maps. This is what we are looking forward to today, and this is kind of where the conversation starts. Game 1, Game 2, these squads, yeah, they might have been able to text each other back and forth like, hey, we're dropping here, stay away, this is our spot. But at the end of the day, do you really respect the DM? I don't think so, man. When it comes to having some cash money on the line, and not only that, the glory of being the champions here in the grand finals, it's do or die, Enigma. Show up and show out. That's exactly what we got cooking in the kitchen here today, ladies and gentlemen. RTG, the #1 seed coming out from MENA. 2 chickens, 38 eliminations. Hardbass, the #1 team coming out of EU. 2 wins, 23 eliminations. And then Turkey, S2G. No wins, 44 eliminations. So we're talking about a team that is elimination hungry. That title has to go to S2G. So like you said a couple moments ago, we're really looking at teams, okay, hot drops, main topic for sure, without a doubt, but we're also looking at teams who can start strong and really set the pace, set the momentum in the lobby here tonight for themselves.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is being able to keep it going. Obviously, you don't want to be pumping the gas too much and overheat. We've seen that happen way too many times with teams, but seeing how many games these teams have had to play to get to just this moment for grand finals, I mean, I'm expecting none of these teams to make that mistake, but it's not like it can't happen. And hopefully for these teams, they're able to keep moving forward, even if they have a bad game, and try to salvage themselves enough points, I guess you could say, in those games that do go bad to still have a chance at that first place finish.
Yeah, we like to talk about how many games a team can realistically afford to have a bad game. You know, the goose egg, right? The 0 points, the 1 point. Realistically, I'm thinking none, honestly.
Yeah.
None. But if you were to have like a bad game, I think that just increases the pressure the next match, right? To have a great game. So you can't just have good game, good game, good game. You got to have great game, which kind of cranks the knob just a little bit, if you get what I'm laying down here. So for me, I'm looking at a team that can just start game 1, finish game 5, just straight up consistent across the board. Solid placement points every game, solid elimination points every game.
Yeah, and I think the main part is maybe every team has that sort of average number they want per game. Maybe it's 10, 11, 12 points, because, I mean, we had seen if you're not finishing in that top 2, top 3 placement, we're seeing teams really only scrape by with 4, 6, maybe 7 total points on the match. But Dave, I mean, we've been kind of waiting for it. Match 1's finally here, and we're starting on Erangel.
Ladies and gentlemen, game #1, match 1, Lidoma International Grand Finals now underway. Put your hands together, $5,000 on the line here. Let's get into it.
Yeah, and I mean, the plane path itself, we're starting off right over Severny, coming down towards Milta power side. And this whole western side's kind of just locked out from stretching. Maybe we'll see a few teams do that sort of 2-step play that a lot of NA teams like to call it, where you drop for a vehicle, you go for your spot still, whether it's Primorsk or Ferry Pier and stuff like that. But for the most part, I mean, I'm interested in seeing how many teams are really going to contest each other, because we're seeing a lot of the map actually, it's not even gettable. So I feel a lot of these people, they might not even be dropping for, let's say, Pachinki and fighting. They might be just fighting over cars.
Yeah, you know me, man. I'm all about the hot drop, getting there ready, getting there ready, getting it going here on the day. And I'm looking, man. I'm looking at the indicators. I'm looking at the teams. I'm really taking note here, seeing where they drop, because we will have another Erangel coming up towards the later half of the evening. So depending on how things go in game one, it kind of sets you up for game number 4. But circle number 1, not too bad. It is going to be up there in the northeast. We got Stalber in play. A couple of squads looking like they caught some luck here when it comes to their drop spots on circle number 1.
Yeah, and I'm really liking Real Tiger 9. They're the team that's just on the edge of the map to the north side, and no one really by them. They drop near Stalber, and I mean, when you have a zone shift like that, a lot of teams actually opt to steer clear of Stalber. They'll go into that Yasnaya side, kind of center up along the south. So they could have their free pickings of whatever spot, but doesn't seem like any sort of pickings here. We're going to be having 2 teams fighting. I believe Rozhok now, center of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be BRX and 721 Aggressors. Now, the 721 Aggressors, they were a team. It took a couple matches for them to really pick up some steam when it comes to the EU finals. So looking at their positions already, it looks like they might just be trying to get some loot, play us a little safer here, and have a little more game time for game number 1. I do see one of their squad mates actually kind of jumping in the river, the Rozhok River, and maybe looking for a sneaky little angle. But it is a dangerous play, because if they get caught out there, yeah, you still float in the water. You don't get instantly thirsted, but it's going to be a challenge to have your squad mate pick you up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like that clown movie goes, you'll float too. It just rings in the back of my mind when you say, if you get knocked in the water. But for these squads, I think when you go for a hot drop like this, unless you're dropping exactly right next to someone, you want to take that time to get a vest, get a helmet, get some sort of AR in your hands, or a shotgun maybe. Because at any point, just like this, I mean, we're seeing Jades right now. I'm just struggling already. No med kits.
Oh, look at that. Looks like Aggressor might actually use crosshair scar as well. So we'll have to keep tabs on that one. Very interesting hot drop. I believe one of our only hot drops here so far, just kind of looking around. But it does look like both squads, kind of like you like to put it, pumping the brakes a little bit, trying to get all of the angles before making their move happen here. I like how both teams planning this one out here, Enigma, not just going YOLO and sending it on the first player they see. Like, they're really trying to calculate the risk versus the rewards and pinpoint exactly where their opponents are.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm expecting both of these squads to have dropped here pretty religiously over the last either month or few months. Maybe it's just their drop spot in their region. But obviously, with it being 3 different regions playing each other, everyone's kind of got their own mindset of how they want to clear the compounds, how they want to clear buildings, or at least Rozhok in general, which is how we're seeing, those teams kind of start setting up. They have the player, like you said, snaking around in the water. And even in North Georgia, I believe, we're having Team RAAD against, I believe, DN. But these players right now, I mean, they're all kind of grouping together and just looking for, what kind of weak point are we able to expose against these enemy teams?
Yeah, and interesting enough, just kind of going back to the drop, Brute Force actually taking the military base as their own. If you recall, in the EU finals, they were able to snuff out one of our favorite teams who didn't qualify here. So heads up play from them, knowing that that position is going to be free and clear. But we'll keep tabs on them and their rotations, because well, they're going to have some squads ahead of them. But 7-2-1 Aggressors, finally, it's about time. Looks like they're looking to make some moves happen here on the battlefield.
Yeah, and I think Spidey's in the most pinpoint position. He's got someone right next to him below. He's got a UMP and I think a pump on his back. But Aggressor, I mean, he's the one that we all want to know is he going to be able to kind of find someone on that north side? And if, this fight actually pans out, or if it kind of just keeps gridlocked like this.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see 7-2-1. They got this surprise sneak attack player all the way in the back lines, and it looks like they're trying to get a pinch on the duo right between them. A nice little crossfire going on. But are they aware of the Guardian Angel role to the left here off screen from ERX. That player can really play spoiler. Oh, they are. All
They
right.
got him.
Question answered. So okay. So it looks like 721 have pretty much all the pieces to this puzzle now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a matter if you can put it together, though. I mean, you might have the piece turned a little bit too much. And the main thing, I think, is how you use one of the BRX players used 3 or 4 smokes, kind of tried to bait a little smoke path going on. But oh, wait a second. This might be big, Dave.
With the Bison, too. Proning with the Bison.
It's a laser.
It's a laser. We're going to see if we can hit them shots, just sneaking our way in the grass. No care in the world. There's a little head right there, and there we go. That should open up this engagement. Now is when you want to see the other 3 squad mates of 721 make their collapse. They've been planning this one out for a good amount of time. Here comes Spidey with the UMP from behind. Some nice damage on the board. But look at this, 721, they are in fact now pushing, trying to close out this fight.
Yeah, and I mean, they kind of corralled them to this one little building. There is a wall that surrounds it, but for the most part, you're not really able to move around with this Overwatch in the back watching you. And oh, don't do it.
I thought he was taking out the knife to throw the knife. I was going to say that would have been epic. I like the decision making, but this is game number 1. This is the first fight. So, you know, I like the showmanship, but let's seal the deal. All right. That's like a game 5 play for me.
Yeah, that's, you know, you're having fun with it at the end. Maybe you're just completely blowing out. But hey, you know, just shows the confidence in the lobby from the squad. And that was one of the teams we watched in EU where, you know, it was kind of a bit of a slower start. Felt like, you know, we didn't really get to see much on-screen action from them. But today, I mean, it seems like they're wanting all the time in the world for them.
And you know what? To me, that's them securing Rozhok for game number 4, the drop spot. It has to be.
Yeah.
If you are BRX, you can't afford to go out first in the lobby with no eliminations. So that's a really important play, in my opinion, for 721 when it comes to just planting their flag here on Erangel.
Yeah, and Erangel, it's all about execution at this point. Everyone knows the map. Everyone knows how people hold splits and that sort of speak. So when it gets to these later zones, it's a matter of having that sort of storage bank in your mind of how this fight should play out, what we need to do to kind of expose weaknesses when you make certain movements on the map. And for it being such early in the game, you obviously don't see those sort of actions come into play with the blue zone doing less damage and you kind of having a lot more space to work with. But later in the game, these players need to have that sort of knowledge built up to really show that, you know, hey, we can hang with the best. And as I was talking, the zone shift does shift towards the lake of Yasnaya. All these teams on the southeast side, we can see them just instantly start converging to either Yasnaya or around the edge of the circle.
Yeah, you love to see it. And that's also a huge W for 721 aggressors if they just want to, you know, pretty much camp it out in Rozhok being right there on the edge. They might be able to gatekeep additional squads looking to rotate in that general area. They can create quite the pinch, honestly, in my opinion. So we'll keep tabs on them as, like you said, going to Rozhok. We already see a lot of squads looking to just crash Rozhok, the city itself, find themselves a home for the time being, protecting those tires. So a lot of rotations going on right now. We hear some shots out there in the distance. Falcons White, one of the squads we can see looking to find themselves a new home. I believe up there to the north is Conquerors Iraq. So got to be cautious, man. A lot of squads taking the same pathways as you are right now.
Yeah, I mean, Axer's kind of feeling the pressure right now. Already smoking in the coop. Hopefully he doesn't get blown up like that. Doesn't seem like there's many other squads stopping on rotation to shoot. But we are seeing Real Tiger 9. This is the team I was noting. Up towards Stalber having their pickums. Actually got a drop.
Nice.
Ooh, AWM.
Nice.
Now, I know Chooks is a big fan. I'm a huge fan of snipers and that sort of speaks. But a lot of players nowadays, I don't think really like picking up. They'd actually prefer, I believe, the MK. That close range, just absolute slug round, it seems, is insane.
Was that Badman that picked it up? Because I just saw on the elimination feed, Badman getting a nice little snipe out there to the distance. So my dude is out here making moves. Talk about making moves. Dark Knights just early rotate into Yasnaya, playing out in their favor. They're able to get a couple eliminations on the board here just because they were able to outpace the other squads in the lobby. I believe one knock right there on a Falcons White.
Yeah, I think with Falcons White, that was just a little bit too much of wishful thinking. You already had a centralized spot with those 1 stacks on the lake. I think they were trying to actually split those apartment buildings in case it shifted more towards that Yasnaya field. But, you know, you reap what you sow if you do that sort of stuff. I'm happy that Dark Knights was able to hit their shots and kind of just expose the fact that, hey, you're not going to get away with holding such a huge spread. But we have seen
big fight
some
too,
great
by the way, happening.
teams.
S2G and 721, they're going back and forth. They're trading blows for blows. I saw some DBS shots in the elimination feed. That's a huge fight because S2G, one of the heavy hitters in the lobby that we're probably going to be talking about all evening long. And it looks like they actually did take out 721. Looks like they survived with only one squad made up, but they should be able to get the pickup because I don't see anybody near them for the time being.
Yeah, and I think that was more so just a 1v1 it came down to between a 721 aggressor member, and thankfully he won it. Unfortunately, they did lose a player early on, but I think if you're taking a fight like that, having 5 eliminations to your name already is not too bad.
Yeah, solid. Of course you want to survive a little longer, but I'll take those 5 points to any day, especially in a lobby this stacked. And well, talking about being stacked, Dark Knight still trying to stack up these elimination points right now. I believe that's going to be triple esports, right? Oh, did that go out the window?
Oh,
did it ricochet off? I mean, that would have been a good grenade, but Vic learning the hard way. You gotta have some patience here. Going for that heal. 4 more grenades to go. And it looks like all of the Dark Knights got that utility in hand, and they're looking to clean up over there on triple esports.
Yeah, and I mean, I believe one of them actually thirsted a player on triple esports through a window. It wasn't even the nades doing it, but if you're applying so much pressure like that, you just feel the need to start crawling, and at some point, you know, someone's going to make a mistake, and it allowed them to get another elimination point. So Dark Knights holding this sort of apartment position, already 3 eliminations to their name. Kind of surprised that they've gotten so many already. I feel it's just an error with some of these teams and their driving and that sort of stuff, but for the most part, I mean, a lot of these squads are still going strong. 3 players is not anything you can't win with. Now, if I was more so in that 2, maybe solo range, I would really be rethinking how I approach this Erangel.
Yeah, maybe an error for other squads, right? But definitely planned for the Dark Knights because you mentioned it, right? When that circle shifted, all 4 of them immediately just gassing in their buggies to make it to this key location that they're holding down, and now it's playing in their favor. So we'll keep tabs on them because out there in the distance, FLUX. Oh, gatekeep action on a couple members of S2G as we see RAAD driving on by, trying not to get taken out from Soulless as M4. Looks like RAAD's buggy tires were popped. And look at that, Soul K just straight up sending it. They are hungry. They got their teeth in their prey, and there it is right there, FLUX. Getting some eliminations here onto S2G as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you know that's a squad that fought on the edge. You know they're somewhere near Rozhok if you were paying attention to where teams drop in the previous finals. And, I mean, I think it was just a great play from FLUX knowing that, hey, you know, they're weak. We're comfortable taking this 4v3, even if we have to trade ourselves blow for blow, getting down to a 1v1. If you're able to put yourself in a position to get those points, 0 casualties to your squad, I mean, it's always going to be a win.
So funny looking at the map. No team wants to touch the Yasnaya fields, not even with a stick. You know, no one wants to take up the fields right now because it'll just be a death sentence essentially with all the teams looking in that direction. But RTG, the #1 team from Mina, 2 chickens, 38 eliminations. They're making some moves out there. But now Hardbass team and the Dark Knights kind of slowly sandwiching triple esports between them. So triple esports definitely. Honestly, I'll just stop peeking at this point. I keep seeing them peek the windows, look for some shots. Just stay in the closet, stay in the corner, survive, and hope the circles continue to favor your position. Like, why are we giving away these free knocks on your side here in Enigma?
Yeah, I mean, you're giving up the armor, you're giving up the meds. Maybe you have to use a smoke as well. And we know how much smokes are worth in the late game, especially if it shifts from this Yasnaya apartments to the field. I mean, you're going to maybe have to leave that apartment building at some point. Also seeing a lot of teams, I think they're going to opt actually just to kind of slam into Yasnaya, but we're seeing this on the far south side. Looks like FLUX taking the fight against some Fury players, but absolutely actually beaming some of them.
More turkey on turkey action out here. We saw FLUX picking apart S2G. Now they're going to be picking apart Fury out here in the south of the play zone. The only 2 teams, they have this nice little hill to work with, so the third party potential is going to be low. So this is a heads up play for FLUX, and they're also using some smokes to create some soft cover. But they did lose 2 in the process. 5 eliminations. Soulless will begin the pickup, and that is exactly what Fury needed to pretty much get the reset on their end. It looks like they're moving out right now.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have all 4 players up, you know there's only 2 left on the FLUX squad. You can kind of just do this little gatekeep they're doing, fan out in the fields, even if you're not in zone. You know that they're going to have to rotate at some point. And I mean, absolutely just destroyed off the back of the buggy. And now it's just Ketch having to try to find himself a way into zone. And I mean, if you're Fury, I think you almost chase this down at least to the 1 stacks here that are on the edge of the zone, because you know the zone's going to be ticking. We see it right now, 1 HP. Any sort of teammate gets a bullet on him, that's another free elimination. And this squad, FLUX, you're not wanting them to get any placement points. They already have 5 eliminations to their name, Dave. So, and yeah,
got him.
Sniped that.
Got him. The backseat of the buggy, always a spot you don't want to find yourself in.
Yeah.
Because your head is just sticking, your butt's sticking out. It's like hurry up and drive. And yeah, well, it happens. But still on the same, side, FLUX, very aggressive. Game number 1, looking to make some plays. So they will be exiting match number 1 with some eliminations in the pocket. So warming up, you can say.
Yeah, and I think that's, all right from them. We do expect a lot out of the squad, but with having Soulcan, those sort of legacy names you and I have known for years. But for a squad, it's all about the eliminations and being able to have a balance of those placement points. Now, it is game 1. There were a lot of squads that got eliminated before you, but with there being 18 squads in the lobby, it's that much harder to get those sort of placement points to your name. And with how these sort of zones are playing out right now, there's a lot of teams that kind of just opted. They're able to find a section of the zone that was more on the quiet side. I'm looking at RAAD right now on the far west side of Yansnaya's field. Kind of just been chilling there all game. No one wanted to touch that side of the map. So nice stuff from them. I'm interested to see if they're going to get some sort of zone love or if they're going to maybe have to move in.
Ooh, look at this. EMAD with the mini 8 times. Triple Esports, we're questioning their playstyle earlier on. They were getting involved, getting shot from multiple angles. Looks like now their position continuing to pay off here as Yansnaya is still going to be the main focal point in these circles. And with the mini 8 times, see, now I agree. Go for some shots if you can. Just make sure you're not overextending your angles and exposing yourself to the Dark Knights who, well, they got their eyes set on you. They've had their eyes set on you for at least 5 minutes now. So as long as you keep that in the back of your mind, third party all day. I mean, they got the ammunition here, Enigma.
Yeah, but, damage doesn't get you points. You're needing to find either people rotating in the fields, or it's actually looking like a lot of people opting to just work through the city itself. I believe it was RTG slamming under Getso's squad. Might be a solo actually left alive, so he might be getting cleared out here, unfortunately. 12, actually make that 11 squads remaining, so no placement points if you were to go out right now. And look at this. I mean, everyone's funneling up the stairs, Dave.
Yeah, Kamikaze right here. UMP, 2 members of Conquerors Iraq. I'm out of here. Trying to vault to the other window, the other building that is, missing it, but still surviving.
Listen, okay. Listen, I saw on his back he had a crossbow. I was hoping he'd pull it out there, but unfortunately not. And I was making note of, getting the eliminations. Triple Esports in a spot now to pick up these field eliminations. Fury actually decided to send it into Dark Knights and Triple Esports, essentially. So really tough to see from the squad. Holding that far south side of the field, just getting absolutely beamed, making the rotation in.
Boom! Another one! Do not push the stairs with the DBS. What are we doing? Fury Cortex is just racking up the points, saying, come at me. I bet you will not take me out of my 2nd story building. And, well, we're continuing to see elimination after elimination. Hard base. What was that? Why? Why are we pushing the stairs with the DBS, Enigma? What are we witnessing?
See, and it's not like someone stopped on the stairs when they got knocked. Everyone just went up one by one and gave them the free knocks. I'm not sure what the mindset was, what the comms were, but really just a lackluster, kind of just a lazy performance out of the squad. And that was a squad you and I were praising at the start of the broadcast. They were doing a lot of work in the EU finals and unfortunately just dropping the ball.
And what's so funny is right after that, somebody got him with the grenade. That should have been the move from Hardbass Step one. You know, step one,
Step
Molotov, grenade. Like, that's it. Do not walk up. DBSs are just so strong when you get them up close and personal like that, especially when you're moving your face into the barrel.
Oh! What about if you're moving into nades?
That hurts too. That hurts too.
Right
It's
now,
going to be GMT out there, so GMT looking to make some moves on a triple esports.
Oh!
A lot of rooftop campers right now. Well, it's playing in their favor because they do have the sight lines. But right when you pop up, yeah, somebody else is going to be looking at you trying to steal your elimination for good reason. KR Esports now, they saw those eliminations on GMT or the knocks out there in the distance, and they're trying to close the gap right now and get those points for themselves. They still got the entirety of the team alive. Only 1 point right now, but I guarantee you that'll change here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I mean, if they find any sort of thirst with one of these nades or mollies, it actually looks like they're getting pretty close with it. I think they'll instantly start pushing in because we're getting to late game. You know you're going to have to start making moves on squads and buildings, even if you're not liking it one bit. So if they can get some sort of thirst going on. I actually believe it was QX squad picking up Conquer Iraq, I believe, getting that elimination. So K9 still doesn't know. KR still doesn't know that there's only 3 members in front of them. But, I mean, at this point, you're going to still have to start making the move. The zone shift did close a little bit. We're not having to move too much into the next circle, Dave. But with all these squads kind of fighting, we kind of have a bit of an empty zone, it seems.
Yeah, Cortex at the top too, by the way, after all those DBS shots. And Killer Joe.
Hey,
Joe. Second place right now for damage. But yeah, like you were saying, a lot of open area because for the most part, all of our squads, 5 of them, are on the east side. Meanwhile, Falcons White are on the west side, the only team out there. So they got a comfortable position for the time being, depending on how these teams play it out in Yesnaya. Because Yesnaya still occupies a very big chunk of this circle, as you can see in the top right-hand corner.
Yeah, we'll have to be waiting and see. And for the most part, I think a lot of teams now are kind of just waiting and seeing if they have to fight this squad or not. And I believe on the south side of the road, we have 3 different squads. We have triple esports kind of sandwiched between Dark Knights and GMT. The north side is kind of just being overwatched by Falcons on that hillside. So a lot of people, we talked about, you know, taking those roof shots earlier. Everyone's going to be seeing you any sort of window you peek. It's only a matter of time till you're going to have to really start making those shots land.
Yeah, and talking about making them shots land, maybe even make them grenades land. Conqueror's Iraq trying to get some grenades onto GMT and KR. So kind of taking 2 fights at the same time here. But for good reason, because if this next circle does not favor the east side, all these teams, they're going to have to make a move. And, well, it's better to take them out now when you got a little bit of time to work with compared to being in a time crunch and the zone not in your favor.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing a lot of people, by the way, Golden, 5 eliminations. We're seeing a lot of people on squads just absolutely drop some numbers right now in game 1. I was expecting it to be a bit more kind of spread out with the eliminations on a squad, but it seems like Dark Knights themselves, they've got 10 total eliminations on that right side. Triple Esports, unfortunately, with, I believe, 0 to their name. But, you know, it's not like you can't pick up any more now.
Yeah. Definitely some more eliminations and points on the board here. So Dark Knights, the number 2 seed from EU, still going to be active with the entirety of their squad alive here. 10 eliminations. I mean, they're just dominating here this match. And then guess what? Circle, boom, right on top of them. The only issue with that is now we're starting to see all these teams try to funnel and take out their 3-story apartments. And the Dark Knights somewhat separated, a little soft 2-2 split, holding down their individual angles here. But GMT, well, they're gonna have to push through triple esports first before making it to the final boss as Dark Knights.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's only 3 members. I actually thought GMT was 4 up, but making this push, if they don't do it soon enough, triple esports will be able to get the reset off on their player. As that's going on, Falcons is kind of converging, but this is the main fight that everyone's going to be wondering about. Is GMT going to be able to clear out triple esports, or are they going to fumble the 2v3? Because we just saw one squad essentially get 1v4'd by a DBS alone.
Honestly, just let them live. Let them live on the second story. Why not? You know, it's in the zone.
Yeah.
I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean,
for now, for now.
The issue is if you have to leave the building, then you got people jumping on your head. Like, I didn't think we were playing like Goomba Stomp sort of thing.
Playing Goomba Stomp.
Yeah, not wanting to do any sort of Goomba Stomping out here. Don't want to be Batman in my free time. I'm just trying to play some PUBG.
Well, we'll see. It looks like GMT actually will be slowing it down just a little bit. You hear the gunshots out there in the distance. It's going to be Conquerors Iraq kind of clashing with KR outside of the play zone here. Oh, here comes KR.
Oh.
Now making the push. We're going to see a ton of DBSs, and then flipping the script. GMT looks like they're now looking to make the move. Pull with the pre-fire shotgun shells here. Going to continue to make their march up the 3 stories here, claim it as their own. But now the blue zone's starting to apply a lot of pressure to these players who took their sweet time.
Yeah, and I mean, Conquer Iraq, I believe, is a squad that makes it out on top 10 eliminations to their name, so they'll have maybe a struggle getting to the wall that's on the edge of the circle, but right now, GMT, they're still making the push, hits a little bit of a pre-fire with the shotgun. You don't see that too often, but GMT 6 eliminations to their name now, but it seems like every squad, Dave, is taking casualties other than the Dark Knights.
Yes, and the Dark Knights, they had that soft 2-2 split too. They had Vic and Killer Joe kind of holding down the southern side of this circle. Meanwhile, the other 2 players pretty much dead center overlooking the north and the east. So they are definitely having those team comms flow, and it's working in their favor. 4 still up for the Dark Knights. This is definitely their match to win here. We'll see if they can get the chicken on game number 1. But the Conquerors, still a duo. They're racking up a ton of eliminations. Now it looks like it's Tiger. Falcons White in their crosshairs.
Yeah, and Falcons is actually kind of split on this north side. I believe it's basically just 2 solos. Oh, I thought he was going to do it to him, Dave.
He's got another one. Holy! Those smokes, really good cover for the time being. Heads up play from It's Tiger too, using his smoke to block those sight lines to the left to make sure that they can freely focus on the fight ahead. So It's Tiger, it's time to move now though. It's the reality of the situation we find ourselves in, playing the edge. Was unable to get any of the Falcons White players out, unfortunately, but still alive, still active with John Stones.
Yeah, but look at this. I mean, it actually looks like Conquer Iraq might actually just be playing for Elims. GMT, I don't think they know he's here.
Look at that angle. John Stone's ready to let it rip with the M4. There's one. There's Pole. Can we get the confirm? The blue zone will be applying some pressure. And John Stone spotted on the vault. And there goes Conquerors, done and dusted for the most part. Yep, there it is. Because the final boss is, like we said, the Dark Knights. They've been taking everybody's name, and now they're looking at catching it.
Yeah, and they know this is the Falcons. They know exactly where the 2 players are. And look at 6 frags. I mean, it seems like they just have everything in the backpack, Dave.
There it is.
Oh, man.
1 more to go. It's it. 17 eliminations for the Dark Knights. My goodness, this team coming into the grand finals, the Lidoma International Grand Finals, series number 2. Firing on all cylinders, and I gotta tell you, Enigma, it goes back to their original, the game-winning play, in my opinion. When Circle 2 popped, they immediately sent it to the west side, the southwest side of Yasnaya, and they held it down for the whole game. Look at that, almost 3K damage.
Yeah, the damage itself is insane. We're talking 18 eliminations. That's almost 2 wins in terms of points. You're just 2 eliminations short of doing that sort of feat. So I mean, you're coming out with what, roughly 28 points,
like 2.5 wins pretty much, right?
Yeah, so you're just sitting there like, okay, like, how are we going to catch up to this? You're putting a lot of pressure on other teams and stuff like that. Now, we did see a lot of teams like Conquerors Iraq drop double-digit eliminations. The team stats, though, I mean, I'm not sure who had the on. I think it was Kippa Boss with the AWM.
Kippa Boss,
but
yeah, at the end, yep.
That whole squad, I mean, just putting up some great damage numbers in my eyes.
It's all about the Esports poses as well. Look at them just staring at us, man. They are ready to go. And yeah, two more eliminations would have been equivalent to 3 chickens plus their chicken this game. You know, just kind of theory crafting. But talk about the start that you want to have. So in my mind, though, can they maintain it? Right? I know I'm not trying to be all doom and gloom this early on, but we've seen it multiple times in multiple tournaments. A team has a solid a huge game number 1. And then after that, they kind of just, just coast, right? And
Yeah.
they slide down the leaderboard. So hopefully that will not be the case here tonight for the Dark Knights.
Yeah, and I think it was actually the Dark Knights for the EU finals that had that same exact situation where that game 1 went pretty well. Another squad won game 2, but you had a lot of elims, and then it kind of just went downhill from there. We are going to see Kibabas's stats. So MVP of the match, 824 damage with 5 elims. Longest elim, though, is only 181. So for the most part, I think it was just him shooting people out of cars driving by, or maybe just picking up a snipe on one of those last remaining players. But was always nice seeing. These MVP stats are always sick to see. And I mean, looking at the kill leaders, it's actually not going to be a Dark Knights player in first. It's going to be Cortex, the player that hit that, I believe, the 1v4 on Hardbass.
Yeah, with the DBS, by the way, just putting it out there. I mean, Hardbass, we saw it. And sometimes you do a play and you're like, I hope they didn't catch that on stream. Nah,
we got it all.
We saw it. We caught it all. 4K. Hey, GG's to Cortex, honestly. Solid start for Fury, our second place C team coming out of Turkey. So although they didn't get the placement points, solid game number 1 when it comes to elimination points. So another team, Conquerors Iraq, man, they definitely impressed me when it comes to their aggression in game number 1.
Yeah, and that north side was pretty congested. We saw a lot of teams kind of slamming around the buildings next to them, but they played cool as a cucumber and were able to kind of just whittle them down one by one, whether it was with mollies, with frags, and coming down to that duo in that last sort of zone. Unfortunately, that road cross is a little bit too much of a feat, but getting 4th place, the placement points were there and that, so to speak. The elims, though, are the real key takeaway from that squad, being able to kind of propel themselves forward. I mean, we're seeing it right now, 15 total points for the squad, while unfortunately, first place is basically double what you got.
Yeah, RTG, the number 1 seed coming out of MENA, 2 chickens, 38 eliminations in the MENA finals. Well, they're going to be starting game number 1 in the grand finals with the goose egg. 0 placement points, 0 eliminations here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Brute Force. They're right down there next to him with a little bit of a French fry going on, just 1 point to their name. But, SPG, FLUX, those were squads, and I believe even 7-2-1 aggressors having a lot of elimination points, but kind of getting caught out early. A lot of teams picking up the kill feed of, hey, this squad's fighting. They went for the third parties, and a lot of them were able to reap the rewards.
Yeah, we did see a lot of third-party action here, especially towards that mid-game. Like we noted, nobody wanted to really touch those just Naya fields, and it kind of took away a lot of play zone. But ladies and gentlemen, that's game number 1. We got game number 2 coming up next. I'm looking forward to it, Enigma.
I'm looking forward to it, baby. And for the most part, chat, make sure you're paying attention in break. There is a UC code giveaway going on between each game. Make sure you're paying attention to that. And I'm looking forward to game 2, Dave.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. What up, ladies and gentlemen? Lidoma International Series Grand Finals, one game deep, one game played. The Dark Knights slaughtered the lobby. I'm going to say 18 eliminations plus the winner chicken dinner. Enigma, how we doing, man? Game 2 coming up next.
Doing good. I mean, my pick, unfortunately, was, just Cash's Curse as usual, kind of just burying the teams that I want to win, just right down in the bottom leaderboard. But, with it only being game 1, there's always other teams we can curse and that sort of stuff. But going back to the Dark Knights, Reign of Dominance, it's like you said, it all started with that first rotation, getting into that center position, and everyone else was kind of too chicken to do the same.
Yeah, so looking forward to seeing what the Dark Knights can accomplish on the next Erangel. Like, was it luck? Was it planned? Did it all the cards kind of stack in their favor because those zones continuing to pop on against Naya? But we'll find out later on. We had one hot drop, though, when it comes to Rawsock. I don't expect that to happen again on game number 4, but you never know. And I'm bringing up this topic again because we're heading into Miramar next. We will be playing 2 Miramars here tonight. So I'm curious, another hot drop coming into play. Enigma, what do you think?
Oh, of course. I mean, with the first one, I'm surprised there was only one hot drop on Erangel. Now with Miramar, it's a bigger map. There's more spots for you to drop, but that also means it's harder for you to reach certain spots of the map if you drop near that corner, maybe like going to the island off the east coast, or maybe you just can't reach Monte Nuevo. But for the most part, these teams are going to have to find a way to where even if they are contested off drop, that they're either able to win the fight or maybe just disengage, pull back, and play for that late game.
Yeah, talking about the late game, we didn't see S2G in the late game. They kind of got somewhat picked apart on their rotate in the south, in the fields by like FLUX. We did see them clash with another squad out there right before that. They won that fight. So they did leave game number 1 with a couple eliminations in the pocket. Now, this is the number 1 seed team from Turkey, so they got a lot of expectations riding behind them, a lot of fans, and just in the lobby as a whole. So with only 4 more games to go, S2G, in your professional ex-pro player opinion, like where they got pulled out that hat here in game number 2?
I mean, they were looking good because they had a few eliminations, and it looked like they had the piece of the puzzle coming together a bit. It's just other people had the same level of mindset from them. I think what this squad needs to do is be able to take those early game engagements that they're able to win and then dissociate them from that mid-game transition. Make sure that they're able to kind of be in their own little world, not get third-partied by FLUX and those sorts of squads that are looking for those squads fighting on the edge. And for Miramar, I mean, thankfully this map has a lot of terrain, a lot of building and stuff like that you can play. You're able to play a little bit more safer, a little bit more spread out on ridges and stuff like that. And one main thing that I'd like to note is kind of what the gun usage is going to be like on Miramar, because it is a lot larger of a map. We saw the Mini, we saw the come into play on Erangel. It seems like a lot of these teams, at least in MENA and that sort of stuff, like using these 6-8x kind of guns for those eliminations long range.
Sometimes the Winchester 94 in the early game.
Man.
Hey, underestimate it. Listen, early game, you can't go wrong, man. That thing comes with the scope, man. You can scope right in with a 2.7 times scope. It's a GG, bro. Come on, man. Put some respect. Put some respect on the Winchester, Enigma.
Listen, there have been some players that have hit those knocks in tournament play and stuff, and you can only sit but wonder, like, how do you feel after getting knocked by a Winchester, And maybe, we'll see it. We're loading into Miramar right now. Match number 2, the Lidoma International Series 2, of course. And with these international teams, Dave, I know you're hoping for a Winchester, but do you really think it's going to happen here?
I got 2 games, all right? I got 2 games to have my dreams come true here in the Lidoma International Grand Finals, alongside other players' dreams at being the champions, walking away here today with $2,000 for that first place prize in the pocket. Second place, $1,000. Third place, $800. Son, $800. So couple teams definitely got to keep our eyes on here because this is game number 2 and kind of want to see them, get some points. Brute Force, one of the squads, we were talking about RTG Esports, another team definitely looking to put some points on the overall leaderboards here. As it's all 2 teams dropping near each other, Triple Esports and Getso. Looks like they don't want that smoke here early on for good reason, because both teams not the best of loot here right now.
Yeah, and I think I just saw as well, it was roughly 2,000 meters from zone. Not sure if that was for a different perspective or not, but I mean, unfortunately, when you only get the coop, someone's going to be running. Someone's going to be taking the track in the desert.
And there they go, off into the sunset. That's how the cookie crumbles. And talking about cookies crumbling, well, CONQUEROR Iraq, a team that we noted in game number 1, very aggressive, making it that late game, kind of getting caught out there by Papa Blue towards the end, but it looks like they are going to be clashing with the squad over there. R2 Real Tigers 9, if I'm not mistaken. Already heard some shots ring out. Tiger with the Uzi. Looks like CONQUEROR Iraq looking to set up a play.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned, though. Vic is pushing this with no helmet or vest. So, you know, any sort of 7.62 headshot's going to virtually be an insta-knock. And I like this idea of playing aggressive. Dave, I don't want to be that guy, but I just saw someone with the boy John Stones.
Baby. John Stones, baby, with the Winchester. John Stones would be somebody who uses the Winchester on Miramar. I mean, the name goes.
The stars are aligning for you right now.
John Stones, dude. My dude, John Stones. I want to see a knock with this thing, man. And with the Uzi combo, so you get the knock and you just straight up send it. Get that Uzi spray down. I mean, that's how John Stones gets it done, Enigma.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like the squad's having a bit of other ideas. Maybe they're like, well, we don't really want to push with my cover fire being a Winchester. But
whoa,
I think
the disrespect.
I think you got to go for it,
bro.
But this isn't the only spot. It looks like Monty Nuevo's team RAAD against, I believe.
Popping tires out there on possible vehicles from GMT. So that's interesting.
I mean, I think it's a smart play. You're forcing them to take the fight with you. Hopefully you win it, so you're able to prevent them from dropping with you on the next match. But, he's making the mad dash. See, and this is always an interesting spot because Monty used to be a drop that my team used to drop, I believe, on XSET for at least a year or so. And if you have this sort of upper hillside overwatch, it's so hard for GMT to make any sort of crosses or pushes without getting tagged. And I mean, we're seeing the HP bars, they're starting to go down a bit, Dave. And these players, I mean, it's off drop. We're only seeing 1, if not 0 first aids on players. So you really need to be connecting shots to put people on the back foot.
Yeah, level 1 helmet, level 1 vest, not a lot of bullets in the AKM. Already going to be letting some of them rip out there in the distance, getting standing on the board. But now Zuxi, their position is going to be compromised. The wide body peak right there. Not looking the best here. Let's see if their squad mates can help them before they get thirsted.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he was kind of isolated out. It looks like Fevo is going to be making the mad dash to him. Zuxi still is a little bit far out, so might get thirsted. But I'm seeing only 2 players grouped here, Dave. There's still the Overwatch in the back, not doing much for the squad.
Little pre-fire action right there with the UMP, and they're kind of just baiting out Zuxi. They didn't thirst him yet, so they're focusing on taking out the squad mates. Let's see if Evo jumps out, vaults out the window, a little 360 spray down here. Here comes the push up the stairs. Pre-fire once again with the UMP. Missing a couple shots, trying to get the sneak attack from the window angle. Now here comes the support from the squad mates. Zuxi was finally thirsted.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just your gun people with DBSs. The UMP is nice for pre-fires, but if he just hits that headshot close range, even if he takes half his HP, him getting the knock over you is just really going to be too much of a disaster, especially being only 2 on the buildings here. So you're kind of hoping that the Overwatch player across the road right now is really able to open up a knock for you, maybe even get a thirst to even up the fight, but it's looking pretty bad for Team RAAD right now.
Yeah, not looking the best, and you pointed out they had the advantage too with their position, as GMT had the more difficult push when it comes to taking the fight. But I mean, look at this, the off angle. unless we get a nice little shot to open this up, like what are we doing out there? I mean,
Whoa.
once when GMT recognized that they're over there, which now they do, this is when they push the duo that's in the thick of it from Team RAAD. See if they can take out these GMT players.
Pushing in, a little bit of pre-fires going on, but the UMP spray is actually looking pretty good. You know, there's not even many more shots, but
the DBS though.
Look, he's 1 HP and scared to push him. Oh, I like this angle though. Trying to help him out, but
I don't know. The
DBS power, too powerful, Dave.
Yeah, nobody wants to push the doorway with the DBS. It's going to be popping a Molotov. That should apply some damage. Yes, it does. Smart thinking right there. Now let's see. Clutch is going to be behind the broken wall, popping the tire again. Looking for that reload. Got the reload. Let's see. Clutch very low in the health department. Here comes his squad mate from across the road, but didn't reload in time. That could have been it for Clutch. And now again in Clutch, going to be going up against each other again, taking a lot of damage right there as they play ring around the rosy of the monster truck. Both players kind of missing some shots, but now Reno 14 needs to finish the crossfire right there from both players. Again, Reno able to finally seal the deal on GMT, but it was getting pretty hairy there, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, thankfully his teammate was able to make the cross. If he had recognized Clutch, had recognized that, you know, the player on RAAD just didn't have the magazine, it's like, okay, you could just peek him as he's running in the open, but, you know, unfortunately you don't have that spectator 5 million IQ perspective like you and I do. But, you know, still a nice fight. Unfortunately, they are down to just a duo, though, so you are going to be stressing a bit, but seems like a lot of people actually looking for some early engagements here on Miramar. Kind of surprising.
RTG, a team that didn't get many points, 0 points that is, in game number 1. Well, they're going to be driving around, circling their prey of 7-2-1, a squad that they're not afraid to take the fight right here. They're going to be somewhat separated here on the edge of the play zone. RTG trying to find a foothold, trying to find a little bowl just to set up and get the intel, but they're going to be getting shot out there in the distance on their rotate. Fortunate for them, looks like 7-2-1 are going to be missing a couple of their shots for now. How lucky will they get? I mean, they're kind of baiting the shots right there in the open.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you're going for a vehicle explosion there, but that must have been at least 300 or 400 rounds just shot. I don't know what kind of bags these people are carrying or what their ammo situation looks like, but I mean, we see in EU finals, you know, people were kind of more trigger happy and
look at this.
Having
Silas cooking a grenade, cooking it, tossing it. That's gonna be Hardbass inside the building. Beautiful grenade right there from Silas, but then immediately traded on from the rooftop. Silas looking for the support from their squad mates, and yeah, we got a ton of bullets, almost 500 in the AUG, but what can we do? It looks like RAAD did send it into that building. Is going to be trying to provide the support, the much needed support that Silas needs before getting thirsted. But Hardbass looking to take out RAAD now. You hear the shotgun in there. RAAD thinking about it, going to be pushing with the UMP, but the cover fire, the duo, just letting it rip. And now S2G, man, they are just crumbling. Kelsey done in the open. So S2G once again looking for the fight, just biting off a little more than they can chew there. Enigma, what went wrong for S2G there in your opinion?
Well, I didn't see how the first player got knocked, but the second player, he had the nade, like little bank shot off the window. Actually a really nice play to see, but loses the 1v1, forgets that there's the second story, just gets Batmaned off the ceiling, so to speak. And you have a teammate holding off angle. If he doesn't get any knocks, I mean, it's virtually just a useless pawn in the fight. And with those fights, it's more so just if you can get the trades. And with this being such a kill-heavy format now, you having Silas kind of send in for the hero play, maybe 1v3, I mean, you're not really seeing that too often. So it's a little unfortunate from such a great squad, but I mean, it happens. We're only the second game in. I'm not going to get my hopes down too much as a squad that qualified, you know, first place with their regional finals and that sort of stuff. A squad that we know can put up numbers when it comes to eliminations like Dark Knights did in game 1. It's only a matter if they're able to kind of find that groove coming to the next 3 matches.
I wonder if they're somewhat overconfident, though, coming from the Turkey finals, right? They had no chickens, but 44 eliminations, which was huge. You know, in the Turkey finals in that lobby, they were winning all the fights. You know, they were just mopping up the floor essentially. But now in this lobby, we got EU and Mina, so it kind of flips the script almost, and they're coming into this lobby with the mindset like, we're just better. We got this in the bag. Let's stick to our game plan of just taking fight after fight, especially when it starts early on. But unfortunately, they're being put to a stop, you know, fight essentially, especially early game. So I'm curious if at all today. Got him. I'm curious if at all today S2G will kind of play a little slower early game, but we'll get back to that because Fury right now looking to put a stop to Hate Gaming.
Yeah, and I mean, they absolutely beamed one earlier. Now kind of just forcing this 1v2 fight. No shots really connecting from either side, but 4v3 situation. I'm expecting Fury to kind of take the dominant stance. Now it's Cortex. 1v4 situation in the last game. Now just putting the pain on to Hate. I think it's just one player up. Where is this last player? Hate Gaming.
They don't want that smoke, man. That's the insurance policy right there. Trying to survive. Like, hey, you guys, yeah, you got this. Oh, you don't got this. Okay, well, I'm just going to stay over here and survive a little longer.
Yeah, you do your
Fury.
thing.
Great play. Great play. Falconist, Cortex putting in a lot of damage right there. I mean, it really started with the drive-by to be able to take out the initial scout, right? And it was very interesting to see that after their scout got taken out, the other two players decided to continue to push this, right? So
Yeah.
Kind of had me scratching my head. They could have zoomed on by possibly, but hey, it is what it is. And like you said, we got the eagle eye, of course. You know, we see all. So I'm not exactly sure what the comms were looking like right there. But 7-2-1 in a skirmish over there. Looks like they're getting picked apart. 7-2-1, when we were last looking at them, they were taking a lot of blue zone damage, surprisingly, very early on as well. So they're playing this one nice and slow. Oh my goodness, Fury, they're about to have the same play happen right here. Talk about the choke point right now.
Hey, I mean, but Real Tiger 9 knew when to go. They made the drive real smooth and easy. No one actually knocked yet. Well, is 1 HP, but I mean, it looks like a lot of these teams are kind of converging on this north side. And I think that's Hardbeat team actually slamming Real Tiger 9. So a little bit of a skirmish just over the road. Really unfortunate that Fury doesn't have any line of sight of this, but this could be a potential for a third, if not a fourth party.
Yeah, I mean, Hardbass, they're feeling it after, taking out S2G. So they're feeling really good right now. Let's see what the Real Tigers can accomplish as Maxine going to be behind the boulder, bleeding on out. Probably going to be thirsty here any moment. Yep. But Fury, still 4 up. Nice little choke point they got set up for the time being, but I have to assume the next circle will not favor them. Oh, Batman! Boom! Right there. That's a point, Enigma. Holy.
Yeah, I mean, on like a dime, he just dropped it on him. Little pin throw, and I mean, you definitely needed that. Your teammate's stuck on the edge of zone, kind of just waiting for you to make that hero play. And with it being a duo, I'm not sure if they know that with Real Tiger 9 having just a duo with that compound, might be able to salvage a res. I'm not sure if both their teammates that were knocked ended up getting thirsted, but this could be a bit of a saving grace for them. It actually looks like maybe they're eliminated. Getting another Kobe throw onto them.
See ya. Those grenades, they had their number and they called it cashed it, man. Those grenades were money. Talking about being money. Getso out here in the open fields in the south. Looks like they got surprised actually from KR. Kind of springing the trap right now. Up 9 and so lost. Last 2 alive for Getso right now. The duo. They're going to be in the thick of it, but we're seeing a lot of grenades, a lot of utility being utilized here this game to open up these fights. Now FLUX doing the same thing, man. Looking to flush out these compounds and continue to get some elimination points.
Yeah, and I mean, just raining terror. FLUX 6 eliminations to their name. One thing that's hard for teams to do is when they do these sort of grenade tosses on the edge of buildings is they push up immediately with it. You know that the person's either going to be damaged, they're going to be walking into the nade, or they're not even going to be there. But if you throw nades, you don't want it to be wasted. And that team seems like they know exactly what we're doing. And unfortunately, it might be Soul K getting focused now. I believe actually that's just the solo of Triple Esports. So might be able to get away by the skin of his teeth. But I'm liking this fight from FLUX. The spot right now is just Solke have full overwatch of the center spot of zone, while the rest of your team kind of just moves as a pack looking to ISO players out into the zone.
Yeah, our FLUX definitely have a nice spread going on right now. Same could be said for the duo of Hardbass team. 8 eliminations here.
Oof.
Although they're down to just 2, they're not scared to take the fight. You'll love to see it being proactive here. They saw some enemies out there in the distance. Looks like they're going to be trying to push in that direction ever so closer into the play zone. Maybe even go for that crate over there. Get some much needed gear.
He's thinking of it.
There on the hills. Conquer Iraq. Some sneaky hill positions. Kind of an oversight here on all these teams in the bowls.
Yeah, I think there's actually multiple teams. That whole west side, that edge of the map is just full cliffs if you're wanting to be a bat cosplay sort of thing. Kind of just chill up there. And a lot of these squads, I think they kind of underestimate how powerful that overwatch position is if you do get blessed with the circle. We will have to wait roughly 40 seconds or so to see if it'll pay off for them. But a lot of these squads, with there being so much overwatch and no cover for buildings, I mean, you're kind of just forced into these little edge skirmishes that, I mean, if you don't have the high ground or utility, you're kind of just screwed.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. A lot of these teams utilizing these bowls to kind of eliminate the sight lines, but not realizing there's a team in the cliffs looking right on top of you. And now we're looking at that as Fury forced to use a lot of their smokes here to even get the pickups to reset, and looking at their vehicles already missing a couple tires. So
yeah,
looks like they're in a death bowl essentially.
Yeah, stage 4. I mean, you've got 1 smoke to your name. Luckily, it doesn't seem you have to go that far, but if you only have the front tires of a buggy, I mean, you're not really going to be going that far, Dave. And it seems like they're going to at least try to send someone out that saving grace of points replacements. There are 11 teams alive still in the zone, so it's a matter of how many of your teammates can actually get into the next zone and give yourself a fighting chance.
Oh my goodness, let's check back in with Getso, now down to just up 9. You can see right here, no more smokes as a whole squad rolling right behind him.
Oh gosh.
And also triple esports on the other side of the hilltop, so. Oh, we're in a bus!
Oh!
FLUX in a bus out here. We're seeing some interesting rotations, and I think it comes down to just the simple fact that we have some squads in those clips just kind of playing kingmakers right now.
Yeah, and I mean, the vehicles, if you leave them out just a hair over the hillside, everyone's going to start doing that little single tap fire, make it start smoking. And I will give credit to Getso. He almost had both players that pulled up in the bus knocked, leaving him at just 1 HP. But I mean, when you're FLUX, having 4 players up, keeping your vehicles alive on virtually the other side of this cliff zone. Oh, and look at this, Dave. I'm seeing 3 dots, 3 different colors on the cliffs.
Yeah, it is. And they're all kind of just looking below, too. They don't seem too concerned with each other. They recognize their advantage, and they're just shooting ducks in a barrel at this point. I love that we're getting this POV right now. And, of course, the Dark Knights, the team that got 18 eliminations in game number 1, will be one of the squads up here just raining down hell from above here.
Yeah, I think that was a BRX Thirst and a FLUX knock. So they kind of know that there's at least 2 teams along that roadside. They understand kind of the bullet drop is now. I mean, if you headshot the guy twice, you kind of got the Sid.
Does Boss know that there's Conqueror's Iraq player right behind that buggy? I mean, that buggy's looking mighty sketch here.
It's not his buggy.
It's not his buggy.
It's not mine.
But Boss is tunnel vision right now on these points down below.
Listen, he's got the damage, he's got the shot down. See, he's got like 200 rounds left. He's chilling. Now, Killer Joe, on the other hand,
switching to the UMP.
I like it.
Oh, still hitting it. Still hitting
thirsted him.
Oh.
You love to see it.
You love to see it. And Swain's like, hey, I'm leaving this bowl, man. This is not working out for us. But look at this. Golden. Okay. So Kibble Boss is somewhat skeptical of that random buggy. Oh, there. Golden just continues to survive. But FLUX. Ooh. Yeah, taken out from triple esports right there.
Nice pre-fires. That's all I can say. Just classic. Don't overpeak the guy pulling up. Nice little few headshots. But now,
I love how Kippa Boss is waiting for his teammate before making this push. I love this play from them. The teamwork.
He shot early. Oh, Golden, not like this. Oh. Wait, what are we seeing here?
What are we doing?
Wait, what's going on here? There's got to be a clip there. Oh, big nade, though.
There we go.
Nice.
Got him. I love that Kippa Boss recognized, hey, there might be an enemy over here, but instead of just taking the 1v1, waited for Killer Joe to provide that support, right? I mean, they got a solid position, so I'd hate to see them lose it. Dark Knights using a little 2-2 split. They got 2 on the high ground, 2 down below in the building. Now Kippa Boss will be casually underhanding a grenade right beneath them here, saying, hey, I'm above you. You better watch out. You better not peek these angles. And brute force with a duo on the hillsides as well. So once again, Dark Knights in a really good position here this game, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, they also have a duo that's already on the ground, actually like on the edge of zone that's super far away. So when the zone does condense down more, they could have a 2-2 where it's 2 players just absolutely raining terror from up above, whether they choose to use the utility or not, on top of having teammates just angle you out. Because look at this. I mean, you can't even pull up right now.
Cortex, done, son. Done. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Kippa Boss is just lasering players out there from below. Just steamrolling them right now.
Yeah, him and Killer Joe, I mean, both top fragging for the squad right now. I will be seeing the RTG spots. I don't think they know that it's 2 Dark Knights players there at that compound. Maybe they think it's a different team, but we also see a bit of a solo on the south side. It's going to be the KR Esports player, kind of just vibing.
What is Yo doing with the monster truck right there? Oh, my goodness.
What else are you going to do with the monster truck, dude?
I guess, dude. I guess. I love how Kippa Boss is also kind of keeping RTG just completely pinned down. Like RTG, yeah, they're alive, but they really can't crest out too much without being in the sight lines of Kippa Boss from above.
Oh, but look at this. I mean, you have the teammates up above. They're like, that whole east side of zone is completely free. So now you're able to start angling out. But, oh, please don't fall off the cliff. Please don't do this. Oh, teammates cooking.
Ooh, that was a good one. Killer Joe looking to get the follow-up here.
Oh, one of them got knocked.
Yeah, that's a huge knock right there.
Oh. He might be able to get reset if he drives fast enough to him, but oh, look at this now. Brute force, the solos now, you know, getting the same idea.
He's going to fall on a cliff, I guarantee you.
Oh, man.
He's going to fall. He's lean peeking the cliff right there. That has to be so nerve-wracking, Enigma.
I mean, we've seen it before, Dave. People, whether it's Vikendi, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, to go for that little lean peek. A little bit too fast going down the hill, and then they just free fall. You're done. So.
Okay, so it got picked up. So that's a huge come up right there for the Dark Knights.
Yeah, we are still having to wait and see though what this next zone shift is like. We do have only 10 players left in the lobby. Dark Knights having 4, RTG having 4 players up, and then 2 solos. So I'm interested to see when the solos will be flushed out and when these squads will really start battling it out, because depending on how the zone goes, I could really see Dark Knights kind of being in an awkward spot. RTG has to move last into the zone per se. Could be a bit of a disaster, but the zone's shifted. Kind of centers on that cliff side still, so maybe it actually ends up the cliff thing.
Oh, I got a question for you. Is Killer Joe asking Kippa Boss for some ammunition right now?
I mean, I don't know if I drop it for him until like the next zone, because I've played with teammates that were like, hey, I need ammo, and I'm like, I'm not going to give it to you yet.
What?
I can't have you waste it. I mean, you stop shooting so early. Unless they're hitting shots and getting the knocks, I'm not giving it to you.
Looks like Kippa Boss did share some of that 5.56 over here. We'll be underhanding the Molotov, and now looking to make a play with the buggy, at least relocate it so it's safe for the next zone. Oh. Killer Joe using those 5.56 bullets recently shared to get an elimination. So that's worth right there, Enigma. Worth.
Yeah,
worth the share.
But it looks like the Dark Knights, when they went for the res, they actually lost the vehicle they rotated in. So now it's just going to be a solo on the edge. I don't think he's actually in zone, so it might result in Dark Knights going down to just 2 players. Hopefully the teammates up top, and now the window peaks are just too much there. He can't peek that, and now we're actually down to a solo on the south side. I think Kippoboss knows he's around there.
Yeah,
the duo
RTG,
of Dark Knights and
they
RTG
are just surviving, right? I mean, they have the numbers advantage now. They've been avoiding the sight lines, the grenades from Killer Joe and Kippoboss from above, and doing a good job at it. And not only that, the Dark Knights use so many grenades to try to flush him out that the utility is still there, but a lot lower than it was moments ago.
Yeah, and I mean, we're coming into stage 8 right now. The next zone shift will be popping any moment now. And I mean, it's just straight centered. A lot of these players still have a lot of zone in play. And if I'm not mistaken, it actually looks like an RTG player is moving backwards, possibly to drive up the cliffside. Maybe there isn't a spot there, but if they're forced off the cliff, you know, it's kind of an issue of who kind of gets the heal off correctly in this sort of zone, or if you kind of just, if you're Dark Knights, just send it off the cliff and try to prevent RTG from going for a heal off.
I haven't seen a heal off in a while.
Long time.
A long time. So that would be very interesting to see here if that is going to play a factor in our late game. And hopefully, at least if you're RTG, you have the numbers advantage. Now might be the time you start to decide, like, okay, do we pass off our meds, and who is going to be the insurance policy to at least try to secure the chicken dinner? Because it looks like Kippoboss and Killer Joe, they're not going to let this win go towards RTG too easily. You know, they're trying to still take them out, even though they don't really have the sight lines. They're still looking for it.
Well, it looks like Killer Joe is on that south side. The solo's right below him on the cliff. So all these players are kind of just looking. I think they're almost looking more so for just 1 or 2 extra elimination points, secure that second place finish. Because they know, I think, that there's a solo. They know that there's someone ratting it around on the cliffs. If they wait long enough, they'll at least secure an extra point or 2 off that second to third place finish, or even to first. Let's say the solo player in KR Esports manages to knock 1 or 2 players onto this RTG squad down below. I mean, Dark Knights could possibly still win this.
Yeah, and I believe the reason we don't see Killer Joe trying to take some pre-fire shots right there is just because we don't have the ammunition. We cannot afford to at this point, right? So Wash out here just living their best life right now, but it does look like now all these players will have to center up. So honestly, Dark Knights up here, they might be able to heal off here. We'll have to see.
Well, they know he's there now. Killer Joe definitely just spotted him. And I mean, the zone it's starting to close, Dave. So even though it's 2 minutes, it's going to be that slow and steady kind of snake constricting feeling. And I mean, if I'm Killer Joe, I almost kind of just leave KR Esports alive. Oh,
okay.
Or
there
just
we
take
go.
the 3 point.
I'll take that.
+1.
+1. All right. 2v4. RTG down below in the smokes. Have the numbers advantage, but the Dark Knights have had their number for a long time now. They're looking to call them in and take them out. Kippoboss.
Oh.
I don't think that goes far enough. Oh, I don't know. It's going to go right on top of him. That could apply a lot of damage, but it actually rolled down the hill, and RTG able to get a duo in the vehicle to rotate right beneath them here. Now they're trying to make their way uphill. A very challenging battle. They're trying to take them out before it comes down to the heal off, getting within grenade range right now.
Yeah, it looks like Kippoboss is actually just going for the shots. He's not even going to waste his own heals.
There it is.
And I think the zone is centered up the cliffside. So if Dark Knight plays it correctly,
the thirst.
I mean, they can't touch him because of the zone either. You're kind of just left alone to just be bled out to the zone. And look at that. I mean, they don't even have to shoot anymore. The cliffside is favoring them so heavily right now. The Dark Knights, I mean, it's just looking like a free win for them.
Yeah, it looks like RTG trying to go out to the blue zone almost right now. Dark Knights barely any ammunition. Here goes Rio for the heal off, but Kippoboss dropping from above. Enigma will not let the blue zone get the final point. Instead, they're going to get the final elimination of game number 2, baby.
Hey, back to back. Winner, chicken dinner. And I mean, with the little jump play like that, like, of course it was Kippa Boss doing it, you know? Like, if it was Killer Joe, I expect him to be that cool, calm, collected guy up top. Kippa Boss is like, nah, you got this, right? And just sends it off the cliff. You know he's going for the heel. And, you know, it just adds to the cherry on top of it at the very end. The squad that had the zone was able to keep people at bay and really apply their presence to the whole lobby, just dropping another double-digit elimination. Winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah, wow. 15 eliminations, so this is back-to-back wins. Game number 1, they had 18 eliminations with the winner, chicken dinner. Game number 2, 15 eliminations. And we were talking about them going back to the EU finals. Like, they did the same thing. Had a really good game number 1. After that, just coasted it, you know? Just coasted it. Didn't really do much. Actually slid down the leaderboards and ended the EU finals in 2nd place. But with 2 back-to-back wins, it is going to be one heck of a challenge for any squad to take them out of that 1st place now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just having 2 players up on the elimination board. Obviously, it's just, you know, in our eyes, the star players of the squad, Killer Joe and Kippa Boss. And I mean, I would just assume both those players dropping probably close to 1,000 damage or something. It's going to be something absurd. But one thing that's nice to see is FLUX actually having the top eliminations of the lobby. That squad, I believe, was eliminated around the 8th place mark. So for them getting eliminations, that's the squad. You know, I expected it to be like SBG and stuff like that, or S2G, sorry, where it's you're getting eliminations, but you're not getting the placement points. So you're still kind of salvaging that chance for 1st place. But we're not seeing too many squads right now really be a threat, I guess you could say, to this Dark Knights roster.
Exactly, and that one player in the 1st place spot, 8 eliminations? So that's actually more points than a 2nd place here. And we saw RTG, like, how challenging it was to even get that 2nd place. So I'll take those 8 eliminations all day long. But I would love to just see like a bullet counter. Like, how much ammunition did Killer Joe and Kippa Boss use up there on the high ground? Because the very end of the game, they had nothing in the reserve magazine. Like, that was it for both weapons too. So that's kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah, I mean, they're rocking the 30 in the clip, and that's kind of it. Drop the backpack, you know, maybe feel a little bit lighter, feel the breeze on you. But for the most part, I think that kind of goes back to that discussion I brought up at the start of the match where, you know, are you looking to pick up the mini? Are you looking to pick up that AWM or snipers? Because you're not really needing that many bullets for weapons like that. And for the mini, I believe it was Kippa Boss using it on that long range shots up there. So, I mean, if you got the 8X and you get a zone like that, put yourselves in the right positions. I mean, they made the magic happen. It seems just both games, they get into the right spots. And I don't know if it's their early rotations or maybe they just have a good read of where the zones are going to end. You know, they got that little PUBG genie bottle going on. But, I mean, it's just a star-stellar performance all around from the squad.
And you know that when Kippa Boss and Killer Joe went up there, like towards the early game, like they were committed. Like that was the spot because there was no coming down. Yeah, they got a little lucky with the solo from Conquerors Iraq. Like maybe they provided some additional ammunition. You know, like an Amazon Prime right there. I mean, that was probably like what helped
the saving grace.
Game. Yeah, exactly. So because they were hard committed. But yeah, let's check out the leaderboard after last game. 15 eliminations on the Dark Knights, and of course 10 ranked points for that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I mean, well, the one thing that we had noted about earlier was that FLUX player having 8 elims. They're actually 2nd place in the lobby with 11 total points. 10 of them were eliminations, and that's just the key takeaway. We're seeing Fury as well, 8 eliminations to their name. Unfortunately, I mean, I felt like we were just saying Dark Knights over and over, but there was a lot of squads, it seemed, that had a few eliminations to their name, just unfortunately not the placement they were looking for.
And checking out the overall points now, Dark Knights, wow. 53, are they even playing the same tournament as everybody else right now? Because Fury right behind them, 18, Conquerors Iraq, 16, tied with FLUX. Like, you would think Dark Knights are playing a completely different game, Enigma.
Yeah, And I mean, look at this. We're seeing 2 through 9. It's a close game. We're talking maybe just a one good game difference, and then it's just basically 30 plus points the first place. And unfortunately, we're seeing some teams still with some goose eggs after 2 games. That'll be Hate Gaming and BRX. But a lot of these squads, I mean, unless you're able to go back to back like Dark Knights, it's looking like they're starting to run away with this thing.
I posed the question to you into chat. Can we doubt the Dark Knight's triple? Can you doubt it at this point? Because when you're feeling it, you are feeling it, and they have so many points ahead of second place. Like realistically, they could do whatever, in my opinion. And what I mean by that is they can go for the most aggressive, riskiest plays, right? That other teams cannot afford at this point. So that to me is a team that you need to be worried about, especially if you got your goal of $2,000, $1,000, and even $800. So it's like Dark Knights at the top, looking like a scary squad right now for me.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's a lot of just, the fans are in chat watching you. You got the pressure on them. And, Killer Joe and Kipabas, when they're under the pressure, it seems like they just are stellar performances. So I'm interested in seeing what these next 3 matches are going to be looking like for the squad.
My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 2 going to the Dark Knights. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere. What up, ladies and gentlemen? We are back after 2 games deep. Dark Knights winning back-to-back games with a massive amount of eliminations. We saw them at the top. I don't know, Enigma, can anybody? Yeah, we still got 3 games. Sorry, I'm just going to say, we still got 3 games. Teams could definitely catch up still. But if Dark Knights continue doing what they're doing, this looks like $2,000 for them almost at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, this squad, with how much of a dominant performance they're having, what's to say they don't just win Sanhok or one of the other maps they just won a map on? So, like, for the squad itself, obviously there's the opportunity of another squad going back to back. And I think you're kind of coming to the Sanhok either hoping that you're the squad that takes down, Dark Knights early on if you're in that middle of the pack, or I guess near the upper part of the leaderboard, like FLUX and stuff like that. Or you hope someone else is the team that kind of dwindles them down early on so they can't keep accumulating points. Because right now, I mean, that point lead, it was disgusting, to say the least. Yeah. It was not pleasant for anyone to see. But if there's any map that could really throw someone off, it's going to be Sanhok.
Yeah, and even if the Dark Knights get thrown off on Sanhok, like, will it really phase them when we go into our next 2 maps after Erangel and Miramar, where they got the dubs on, right? So,
yeah,
I don't know. Hey, I hope so, right? Of course, I hope so. But right now, it's definitely like a runaway match or tournament for the Dark Knights if they continue. And the Dark Knights, they finished 2nd place in the EU finals, by the way, right behind Hardbass team. So they definitely learned a lot in that lobby. And, well, they came prepared here tonight. So S2G, a team that we were kind of gassing up in the pre-show.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's all I can say right now, man.
It's rough. And, I mean, I feel like a lot of that region's teams that are participating tonight have been very strong with their aggression and stuff like that, but it's not correlating to them making it into that late game time, getting those free eliminations from zones, people running in. And you're kind of just getting caught out on 2nd or 3rd rotation. So I'm interested to see, how those squads kind of change up. Obviously, Sanhok, you can't really see too well of that sort of macro play. It's a lot more of how the zones go and what fights you choose to take and when. But obviously, for those last 2 maps, I mean, those will be the deciding factors, at least for 1st place. If not, it'll be, obviously, there's more money than just 1st on the line. There's a lot of games still to be played for PUBG Mobile. And if Dark Knights does end up doing fine, I think you almost just look at every other team on the leaderboard at that point saying, hey, we're playing for 2nd, we're doing that sort of thing. Because Dark Knights, I mean, if they virtually drop, 10 eliminations, which is crazy for me to just say so casually like that. But, if they just drop 10 more eliminations, I don't really see anyone closing that 60-point gap they have.
Yeah, it's a big one. I mean, other teams that are doing decent here tonight, only 2 games deep. FLUX, they've been in the mix.
Yeah.
CONQUEROR Iraq, we saw them game 1 performing quite well. Their rotations last game really challenging them down to just those zones in the cliff tops. At least they were able to have a solo survive a little longer, right? But besides those 2 teams, maybe Fury, I'll throw Fury in the mix.
Yeah.
But besides those 2 teams or 3 teams, everybody else has a lot of catching up to do, right? Everybody else has a lot of gaming to still do here tonight for the tournaments, for the grand finals. And we started to see a little life out of Hate Gaming. They had some interesting pull-ups last match, just didn't go their way. But Brute Force, that's the team that I'm still looking for, man, because back in the EU finals, this team ultra aggressive, leapfrogging from fight to fight, starting early game, mid game. Not really seeing that here. I mean, is it just the lobby, the skill in the lobby is just that much better than the
I think it's more so maybe they recognize there's a lot of teams going for those edge fights and they're deciding to play center. We saw in that Miramar match, they made it into the late game, even though it was a solo, that top 4 placement. I mean, that squad itself maybe is a little bit uncomfortable playing center. We'll have to wait and see because, of course, Sanhok, we're loading into it, Dave. And, I mean, I got to ask you, Which drop? I'm saying there's a hot drop somewhere. Which drop
Has
on
to
the
be boot
map
camp.
do you think is going to be? You're saying
Has to
boot
be.
camp? I'm
It
thinking
has to be,
Pine
man. Dead
I'm thinking
center, like
Pine
you can't go wrong with that. You know, no matter where Circle 1 goes, you're within arm's reach,
Yeah.
right? So it's like if there was a spot to contest, maybe Paradise, but for me, definitely boot camp all day. What about you?
I was thinking Pine, but unfortunately, it looks just like Conquer Iraq's going to be the team that drops there. But look at this. We're seeing a lot of teams on this northwestern island. I'm not sure if they're really contesting each other, but seeing 4 teams just all around this, it's kind of unheard. Wait, is that 5 actually?
Yeah.
That's unheard of, to say the least.
It is Sanhok doing Sanhok things. And
Yep.
kind of going back to Hate Gaming, looks like they're going to have their drop to themselves, which they definitely need to kind of pick up that steam, that momentum. I do see FLUX up next to KR, so we might see those teams clashing. But yeah, that tiny, the smallest island of Sanhok, of course, that's where all the players go. So circle number 1, well, can't get any easier than this, essentially. My eyes, though, has to be on these teams up here. And yet, we're going to be shifting gears. Falcons White. Let's see what they can accomplish here. Already going to be in the crosshairs. But look at this on the other side. Triple Esports and Hardbass. There's 2 different teams in engagements here early on. And we're going to be swapping back and forth here, Enigma, to see who comes out on top of these edge fights.
Yeah, but Falcons already got 2 on the board, I believe, against the RAAD squad. So, oh yeah, and they know already. I mean, flood the guy, floodgates opened into the closet. He does get 1, a little bit of a pre-fire. Actually, almost got all 3 of them, but Falcons really only losing 1 player, picking up 4 eliminations to their name. That'll be on the west side of Ruins. They're just barely in play. So that squad's pretty happy with those trades. And I mean, that's not the only spot we're seeing. Hardbass team had 1 elimination to their name. I believe this is on the north side.
Triple Esports. Yeah, so Team RAAD already eliminated, so they're going to have some time to really think about their decisions and how they plan to handle the next 2 maps, right, of the evening, because this is a squad that they need these points. You know, they need these points if they want to place within the money. And here's the replay, the tail end of this fight here, a little lean peek action right there. But the numbers just too strong for them to handle.
Yeah, and you know, for a lot of these squads, it seems like actually FLUX losing a player early on. A lot of people dropping right next to each other, not really playing friendly neighbors, and really paying the cost for some of these fights. So on Sanhok, the map that I would expect it to be more so in cities, actually all the contests, it seems, going to be right in those small compounds. But actually, we're going to be going right to Paradise, Dave. It looks like S2G is fighting. Oh man, I believe it's
7-2-1. Yeah,
7-2-1.
Yeah,
and
big fight.
I'm not too sure how I'm liking SCG's position. They've looked so rough in the last 2 games. Yeah, I mean, with 7-2-1, you've got the spread, you've got the angle, and now, I mean, Ray's unfortunately not getting the spray he needed. They know exactly where he's at, and I think it's only going to be a matter of time till people start converging on his location.
All I know is S2G, they need this fight to go their way. You know, they desperately need a small little win just so they can start feeling, you know, start looking confident in the lobby here. So if they can take out 7-2-1, well, that's going to set them in the right direction. Silas already going to be down and thirsted. Oh, no. And Ray Z is going to be on fire, cooking out here.
Oh, man.
As the 7-2-1 squad. Well, they're pushing it, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to make the mad dash. Actually, some nice little movement out of Kelsey. You don't really see that too often, but, I mean, they're trying to regroup a bit. Does have a med kit to work with, but now, I mean, it's just a matter of if he can land the shots. Unfortunately, Amy not able to do so, and, I mean, they still have a possible spot. Big nade from Rays onto Butcher, so kind of looking better for S2G. It actually looks like Spidey, the player off on that lower warehouse, still has yet to move up. So 7-2-1 might be misplaying this a little bit, leaving that solo down for Overwatch.
Here we go. Ray Z in the front lines. DBS, 12 slugs to go. Spidey's going to be holding an angle, calling for Butcher to pull up on him to get the revive, but they're not going to give him any time, any room to breathe right here. Looks like they're going to be continuing to push, anticipating the jump, the vault off, but looks like 721 have a huge alternate angle on the rooftops, allowing the revive, and Butcher catching some bullets to the dome right there. Clean trade right there between the two players, and Razy trying to get the revive. Cut off guard right there, able to pull off just in time. Now going for the heal. That was the DBS, but Spotty wants this one. There we go. Razy with a nice trade on to Spotty.
See, and I thought Spidey was going to just vault it. He sees him healing in front of him and just chooses to go for a little bit more of a jump shot play. But no, I mean, 721, they're on the back foot. You only have the Overwatch in the back. And SUG, I mean, they've crawled this back somehow into their favor.
S2G looking good. Looks like Paradise might be going their way over here. Did see Brute Force out there in the distance to the north of this. Starting to get a little concerned with them and the potential of third party. I mean, they need these points, of course. So Brute Force, known for being those third party specialists, are going to be piling into Paradise as expected. And looks like the 721 squad mate might be able to retreat for the time being.
Yeah, it seems like the player I noted on that south side has moved back into Paradise, trying to give some support, but for the most part, I mean, we're seeing the Brute Force trio on that north side of the map just absolutely like engulfing the solo of the 721 players. So, I mean, if Brute Force plays this right, they could pick up 3, 4, if not 5 eliminations from both these squads. It's a matter if they choose to do it in a timely and an effective manner. And I mean, there we go. A nade knock always starts with 1.
Yeah, honestly, it looks like Brute Force are definitely going to be taking over Paradise right now, in my opinion. They hear the shots, they see that the blue zone's not going to be, applying some pressure, not a lot of pressure. It is early game, but Paradise is definitely Brute Force's playground, right? To try to get some points right now. You have the numbers advantage. Next circle does pop, going down there to Boot Camp and Quarry. So both these squads, they start getting moving here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, you got to make the mad dash. No one's got vehicles. It's not like you have that luxury of being able to tank a zone or 2 with meds because, I mean, you fought off drop. Everyone, it was a long fight. You all used the meds you virtually grabbed. And if you're Brute Force, you want to clean up the fight, but you also got to remember there's other teams in the lobby. And, I mean, most of these squads, I think they're starting to recognize that. Even way out here in the zone, I believe this is up by Camp Alpha on the northwest part of the map. Still on the small island, unfortunately, trying to make the drive in. And Triple Esports out there in the boonies with them. So really unfortunate stuff to see with these 2 squads. And if you're BRX, I mean, as long as you get the elimination points, I think it's worth, but it's a really tough spot to get into from.
Yeah, especially when just kind of looking ahead, you're going to have to go across most likely the Runes Bridge. And when we did get a glimpse of the circle, I think I saw Falcons over there, RTG. So
yeah,
it's going to be a deadly rotate. So you might as well try to get some points in the pockets before moving into that next circle. As we saw last game, there was a player who got 8 eliminations. I mean, that's more than a second place. So, of course, if you can pop off like that here early game, that'll kind of alleviate some of the pressure when it comes to trying to survive here on the deadly Sanhok, especially when we got 18 teams in total, down to just 16 now. But those 2 additional teams definitely adds a lot more to a map like Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, it's just limited drops, limited loot. I'm actually surprised there weren't more contests, but with so many people, I think they maybe looked at VODs and all had the same idea of, oh, no one really dropped towards the Camp Alpha side. Now there's unfortunately 5 teams over there. So really just unfortunate stuff to see. But for these squads, for the most part, I think with Sanhok at its current state in the game, you're needing to focus on how do you get into the next zone shifts or which parts of the map are you really able to work to your favor, because you talked about the ruins side. It's almost impossible to make the cross at the bridge by Pinan if it shifts towards this boot camp side of the water, and obviously vice versa. The far south side towards Camp Charlie's completely free. So if the zone shifts to certain parts of the map, it doesn't matter if you have a few eliminations or not. The zone is not going to be playing favorites to you.
Let me ask you, I got to pick your ex-pro player brain. The keys to success, at least 2 keys to success here on Sanhok. I mean, what would they be? I know I'm putting you on the spot here,
Well,
but you got a ton of insight on this
I
one.
think the most part is if you're a centered spot, you're wanting to be looking for taking up as much space as possible. You want to make sure that you leave yourself a bit of a cushion, per se, if you have to make a rotation. And if you're one of these edge teams, you got to remember you can't gridlock yourself just for 1 or 2 eliminations. And you almost hope, it goes both ways. It's got to be 2 to tango with it. You hope that the other squad has the same mindset as you. And if they don't, then they're either going to shoot you in the back. You have to play spoiler to them now. It all comes down to how that zone shifts. And if you're really in a comfortable enough spot, whether it's you not needing to heal on shift, whether you have vehicles, it's all a matter of if you can get yourself to the next zone. And the next zone does show, Dave, it centers towards this Pineland Bridge. My favorite spot right now is going to be QX in Pineland, because they have the choice of either going on the north or the south side of the river.
Yeah, Conqueror's Iraq, I'm pretty sure this is where they dropped as well out the plane. So they definitely looted all the little buildings, and they know exactly where to look and what to expect here when it comes to teams rotating through their city here. So S2G out here, we saw them in the blue zone, kind of running all over the place, just trying to outrun the blue zone, essentially, maybe even look for a little vehicle to help them out, but it looks like one of their squad mates did get caught off guard from GMT.
3 eliminations, they're getting some points, but it's really just not coming together anymore. This is going to be, I believe, on just this northeast section, but I mean, he's getting the trade back. Still a possibility of picking up a few more eliminations, but 2v4,
yeah,
it's I'm not feeling it.
Looking for the toes, looking underneath the buildings here. Could be a nice little come up. The surprise attack from the blue here. Popping the buggy tires. Heads up play right there. Listen, if I'm in the blue, you are also going to be in the blue. Now RAAD with the off angle behind the boulder, getting some nice shots in, and Amzy inside the building, just kind of playing cleanup crew. Well, that was a massive grenade right there. So now it's up to RAAD to take out GMT. We're already committed this long to the blue play. We popped their tires. They're sticking here with us as well. Let's see what RAAD can accomplish.
Yeah, gridlocked. I mean, Harris just instantly went for the buggy tires, both UAZ tires. And it's I almost feel bad for GMT. Now, they're forced to flush this player out. RAAD is not going anywhere. And it actually looks like they're starting to group up a little bit. Maybe just go for the full send on the vehicle. But, I mean, looking at the zone, it's already closing. You got to make the rotation. And this is stage 3. After stage 4 and that sort of stuff is when the zone is really going to start doing damage to you.
Yeah.
And I'm interested to see if GMT actually opts to just leave it. I want to say they clear this player out for the kill. There's no way you let him get away with this. And
got him.
Over the top.
Yeah, over the top, got him right there. So it looks like there is actually one additional vehicle that still had operating tires right there. So they had 3 cars. So that's actually pretty impressive in my opinion, because it's a Sanhok, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a squad having 3 vehicles to utilize right there, coming out clutch as clutch. Got the final blow right there. Next circle goes up. We're going to the south, baby. So it's just going to be showing some love to Runes and some of that Pineland love, the west side of the village, that is. So we got about 4 or 5 different teams in the north right now who are all just kind of cursing in the wind because they got to go down south here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, the river is just completely flat. Even if you make it to the bridge, I mean, you've got RTG at the compound just hawking any sort of movement across the water. I mean, we're looking at Fury, Dark Knights, BRX, RT9 even. I mean, you almost just can't even fight each other. You're having to somehow find a way in. It does look like Getso is slamming Pineland on the map stream, but, I mean, everyone's starting to make the mad dash. If I believe it was GTX or whoever it was that had the 3rd vehicle. I mean, if they have 3 vehicles, I don't think there's any other vehicles on the map. This is Sanhok. Everyone's going to be running in.
Yeah. And interesting enough, the Dark Knights do not have zone favor. Finally, right? Finally. So gonna be paying attention to see what the Dark Knights actually accomplish here this game when the zones do not go their way. But we'll get to that because Fury right now putting a stop to the RT9 push out there in the distance. Looks like they're doing a good job at it. They did lose Falcons in the process, so they're going to be down 1 here. But you saw game number 1, Cortex with the DBS. I mean, this player got a squad wipe. I haven't really seen that here this evening besides that one when it comes to squad wipe. So let's see what they can accomplish.
Wait and see. I mean, it's getting close range. This is his forte, his little bread and butter. Actually forcing the fight, it seems like, on the ridge. Trying not to take too much blue zone.
There's
Hits
one.
the 90-degree turn. Beams him out. Now Cortex trying to clean it up for the teammate. Other teammate gets knocked to zone. And unfortunately, the player uphill is going to be playing spoiler. But Fury actually opted to send their insurance policy to the bridge early, Dave. So he might be able to pick up a placement point or two.
Yeah, Swain is going to be playing the bridge troll. Very sloppy fight, honestly, from both those teams. Definitely kind of crumbling underneath the pressure of the blue zone. You could tell they waited to the very last moment to push out. And at that point, it was kind of like who saw who first. And you just never know where the snakes might be in the bush or whatnot. But Fury, I guess you could say, coming out on top because they did have that insurance policy that you pointed out. So they died, so Swain survives. So we'll see if that plays in their favor. But going back to Painan, got like 3 teams. Of course, Dark Knights will be one of them. Conquerors Iraq the other. But we're going to be throwing Lost from Getso to Solo just kind of in the mix.
Yeah, I mean,
gotta
make it. Wait a second. Oh, slam, Dave.
At the top of slam right there. VRX trying to take this compound from RTG, and it's not looking like it's going their way as Jade is going to be bleeding on out. Now we only got one more player from BRX, and they walked right into the barrel of a shotgun, of course. And, well, that's going to be their push, their slam put to a stop. But talking about the slams, we got Hate Gaming looking to take a fight out here in the field with the DBS and the kaboom.
I'm telling you, the nades
taken
tonight,
out. So
Dave.
KR finally making moves out here in Enigma in the South.
Hey, I mean, KR, they've been needing to show some sort of life. Same with Hate Gaming, of course, but unfortunately, only one of those squads will live in that fight. We're talking the south side of the zone, but now Dark Knights, they're not the only squad having to make it in. Getso's solo player playing a bit of spoiler on the Killer Joe, actually. So, and like Dark Knights, we question how they'd make it into the next zone. They somehow have. And it looks like they might honestly make it into the next zone.
If they do, barely. I'll be surprised if they can get some pickups right there because they're just getting picked apart from multiple angles right now as they're crawling on the beach. And talk about barely making it right here. Hate Gaming down to just a solo. Barely making it, but at least they're going to have some hard cover to work with and maybe even some third-party potential. They could continue to play spoiler right here. But Conquer Iraq, this is their hometown, Painan. This is their spot. Let's hope they'll be the last team to leave here the town and be the victors of Painan.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, it looks like they have a knocked player. Actually lost their 4th member earlier on as well. So really only 2 guns firing. Seems like the Dark Knights have a solo left in the zone. I'm not sure if he's going to get that heal off, but looking at the map shift, I mean, it goes back to Painan, and you almost kind of question if the Conquer Iraq's really in that good of a spot anymore. If you're not a 4-man in this position, how are you going to leave Painan if it shifts off you?
Exactly. I mean, there's just like one little shack that the solo from Hate's going to be occupying, and that's about it. Kibba Boss, the only way to take them out is if they're swimming here, Enigma. That's the only way you take them out, and there goes the Dark Knights finally not winning a game here this evening.
Hey.
So great news for other teams here, of course. And I'm starting to see RTG's playstyle. They survive. Right? This team is good at surviving. And, well, they're going to be up there in the north. The whole team is going to be active. They're looking for the chicken, but we'll get to that because Conquer Iraq, they're in the thick of it right now.
Yeah, I mean, 1v3 situation. Solus already beamed 2. A little bit of a pre-nade. Luckily, he closed the door, but Solus going in for the DBS shots. Actually, swapping a bit. 1v1 DBS. Who hits the shot, Dave? And I mean, they're going for some pre-fires, and he hits it. 3.
Yeah, there it is. All day.
1v3.
DBS. DBS gets it done. The 1v3 Solus Fire Flux coming out on top of that one. And, well, we're going to have Pinam, at least that warehouse right there on the edge themselves. So it's going to be huge, especially when you are solo. But going out here to that west side, we got KR and Falcons White right now. Clashing horns. Looks like KR are down to just a duo. But Jafar with 4 eliminations, a ton of ammunition in the M4. Lock and loaded. It looks like him and Kevin looking for the crossfire. Kevin will be tossing some Molotovs. That's the last of the utility here, trying to get the advantage on the boulder. The Falcons White, they have a nice little dip to work with for the time being. And, well, both teams, they're going to have to move here.
Yeah, and I mean, everyone's kind of just got to inch their way in, from an army crawl their way. I mean, Riva's got the idea of it being probably the furthest from it, but all these people right now, I mean, you're just looking for someone to move off a rock, show some sort of leg to get a knock. Because right now, I mean, when the zone starts closing, it's virtually impossible for you to get the reset off, and everyone's got the same mindset of you can get one thirst.
So close.
Bit of a butcher there, but
so close.
To each their own. Swan now having to make the mad dash, kind of just be a one-man army on that end.
Done.
Unfortunate.
Done. 4 teams, 3 teams to go here. Solus is solo for Fire Flux. Has a little tree to work with, but Jafar looking right at him. But Groza actually will be taking that point, going their way. 8 eliminations on KR. RTG, back-to-back games where they survived till the end. Let's see if they can clean this one up. They were so close to the chicken last match. Can they get it this game? Enigma, cue the music.
I mean, they've got 3 players up alive, 8 eliminations to their name. If they can just get the solo of KR that's ISO'd out, they definitely just went out, and some big damage going off. Groza almost getting knocked, but now it's just down to Jer, and unfortunately, you know, I think they have a rough idea where he's at. Everyone just encompassing him. And Dave, I think it's only a matter of time before RTG is able to pull out a win. And
cooking it, tossing it. Looking for the mark here, now in the blue zone, and there goes Jafar, taking out an RTG Esports, winning the Sanhok map, man. They were so close last game, they could taste the chicken. Their mouths were watering, and guess what? Sanhok, they said, listen, it's our time to eat.
Listen, you know, if we're wanting a squad, Dave, that is going to contest Dark Knights, I mean, RTG, they're looking pretty good, a second and a first. Now, obviously, here we can see the stats. We're looking at 9 eliminations to their name that round. I believe that last player on R4 was actually dead to the blue zone, so missed an elimination point there, unfortunately. But great stuff from the squad. They were the team that had to deal with the PRX slam at that northern bridge compound, had to work their way in afterwards across the road, and fortunately for them, they were able to hit their shots.
My dude on the right, man, just staring at my soul. Staring. 3 eliminations, 435 damage done here. That match. RTG, like you said, they needed this one. We continue to talk about teams that really need to get the dubs, needs to get the eliminations, because honestly, so far tonight, it's been Dark Knights this, Dark Knights that. Dark Knights just take the $2,000, right? But now we're starting to have at least a squad show some consistency and possibly contest the Dark Knights for that 2K in first place.
Yeah, but the surprising thing is it wasn't either of those squads having MVP. It's actually going to be a Falcons White player. So 7 eliminations to their name, 648 damage. I'm assuming Axer is going to be that top elimination board as well. But I mean, we're seeing honestly just the same players showing up and putting up the damage numbers for some of these squads.
Yeah, and we like to talk about Sanhok kind of being like the palate cleanser, and I think that's exactly what it was here tonight, because games went well, like, let's avoid Dark Knights. Like, they're on a steamroll, they're snowballing, but finally, kind of flipping the script here, other teams performing here on this map, other teams getting some eliminations. I think that's exactly what we wanted to see to shake up the leaderboards here.
Yeah, and I mean, the leaderboards is going to be the tried and true test for some of these players, because you're not worrying just about first place. Obviously, RTG is looking to gun for that one spot, especially after the Sanhok, but you also got to worry about your coattails. You got to worry about the other squads like Fire Flux, that's been able to consistently drop elimination points per game. Obviously, their placement points have been a little bit more lackluster for the squad, but if you have players like Solus, you know, showing up and hitting a 1v3 to save yourself maybe a few extra points, I mean, that team is going to be right behind you on the leaderboard.
RTG, the #1 seed to come out of the MENA finals, they had 2 chickens, 38 eliminations. Finally, we're starting to see like their play style. They tend to try to survive that late game. They keep everybody active, and then they just clean it up in the end with their numbers. So good for them getting that win here. Good for them. Looking at this, Dark Knights only 5 points that last game, so still a good amount of points, all things considered. I mean, that's equivalent to 3rd place on Sanhok. I'll take that all day. But looking at other teams like Brute Force, we need to start showing up here. S2G, you know, 4 points as well. Like, yeah, that's equivalent to a 4th place, but we're looking at some teams that they need massive games to kind of be in the runnings here when we get to game 5.
Yeah, and I really thought that Conquer Iraq was going to pop off this game. We're talking about you dropped at that location. You could have had all the positioning in the world. And even, you know, that it shifted off of Pine up the hill, I felt that there's still a world where you should be dropping double-digit eliminations here. Because everyone's got to rotate in front of you. You should have 4 players alive going to that warehouse. And by no means should you be getting 1v3'd from a player that you know is there. So a little bit of a misplay from the squad from a team that actually popped off that first game. You know, they dropped, I believe it was, 10 eliminations.
Yeah.
Getting 3rd, if not 2nd place. So obviously we're looking at the overalls, and it's just Dark Knights still with a tremendous lead. But look at that 2nd through, 5th? 2-point difference.
Close. Yeah, very close. Yeah, Dark Knights are going to be at the top with a huge point difference between them and 2nd place, but at least now we're starting to see a couple teams attempt to close the gap. You know, with 2 more games to go, on average, we've seen the winner chicken dinner team get like 10 eliminations and the 10 points. So, you know, that's 20 points right there, right? So if the Dark Knights continue to not pop off, that just opens up the floodgates essentially to those other teams hunting them down, you know, trying to play catch up right now. With only 2 more games to go. Definitely doable here, in my opinion, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at 11 through 13, Brute Force, S2G, 7-2-1 aggressors. We're talking only one of those teams is in the double-digit range. And, you know, obviously, even though you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, one good game propels you into at least getting in some sort of money placement. Obviously, 1st place is a bit out of reach now for my eyes, and obviously for yours as well. But there's still a lot of game to be played. You should be trying to go out there and being like, hey, we can get a win still and possibly place in the money for ourselves.
Yeah, we still got 2 more games to go, Erangel and Miramar, so there's still a lot of PUBG Mobile action coming up soon. Don't forget as well, on the breaks, we got UC codes in the chat, if I'm not mistaken, so make sure you got your fingers ready to go to get those codes. So always exciting when we're passing out UC during tournaments. So shout out to Lidoma for that. But ladies and gentlemen, 2 more games to go. Will this be the Dark Knights tournament, or will we have another team contest them? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break. Not ready yet. Psych, Enigma, thoughts?
I'm reeling you back in.
What do you think?
We're back. Well, game 4, you know, we're hitting the run back on one of the maps before, and unfortunately it looked like only Dark Knights was showing consistency on those 2. So I'm interested in seeing if the Dark Knights are gonna, you know, maybe falter after that Sanhok, or if they're gonna kind of just be like, we don't really care about that map. We're just gonna bring it on back.
Man, they definitely care about it, because they could have had the back-to-back 2-back win. So you're always gonna care a little bit. But yeah, we saw them at the top leaderboards. RTG, they really need to get another win in the pockets to really get Dark Knights concerned, in my opinion. But Enigma, I mean, before the break, I gotta ask you, one team in particular that you want them to just go in the locker room and have that pep talk. You know, with only 2 more games to go, what team do you have your eye on that if they do get the pep talk, they could be a realistic contender here for at least top 3 tonight?
I gotta say FLUX. I mean, I'm seeing Solus pull out a 1v3. That squad's making good early game, I guess, 3rd-party contests on team fights with other teams. and they're picking up close to 6, 7, 8 eliminations per game. It's just that late game, I don't know if it's just individual disconnects or maybe just individual mistakes, but I feel like if that squad is able to get on the same page, I mean, they could start rolling a lot of lobby.
Okay, solid pick, solid pick. I'm still sticking with my guns, man. Brute force.
Oh,
Like,
man.
I got a lot of stock in brute force, you know, because this team was a squad that they really impressed me during the EU finals. Almost every single map, they were getting involved in these very aggressive fights, and it just looked like the team comms were there. Their individual gun skills were there, and they were just kind of popping off. Yeah, they didn't finish in first place, but a lot of their, you know, a lot of their fights and a lot of their points came from elimination. So it is to be expected, you know, when you're a team that doesn't prioritize the win, right? But they still did a great job with all their kills. So brute force, still rooting for you. 2 more games to go. And guess what? Enigma, I was in line. All right. I knew there was a break coming up. So ladies and gentlemen, the codes are gonna be in the break very shortly, right, Enigma?
Yep, it'll be there, and you know, we'll be right back, I guess. Anything else to say?
That's it. Don't go anywhere. What is going on, everybody? Lidoma International Series Grand Finals, $5,000 prize pool. We got 3 different regions in the mix here today. Each region had to qualify from their own finals qualifier. Now they're here in the grand finals, baby. We got Mustache Dave, Enigma on the mic here today. 2 more games to go. Enigma, how we feeling, man? Are we juiced up yet or what?
I mean, we're of course juiced up after those first 2 games. I mean, if you're a Dark Knights fan, you're absolutely spamming the chats like how the U finals were. And obviously, if you're an RTD fan, you're pretty happy with your squad getting the win in the second place. But that point spread we showed it before the break was still a bit of a gap between first and second. But if we're looking down the list, I'm looking at KR Esports, I'm looking at Fury Esports. Those squads are still very well in contention for that second place spot. We had noted it was rough, I believe, just 2-point difference between them and that second place position. So even though you're RTG and you got a win under your belt, there's still a lot of teams next to you gunning for your spot for the money.
Yeah, and they're starting to have some teams look like they got some life in them as well. Falcons White looking for some plays here this last game on Sanhok. Of course, didn't pan out in their favor, but they're still making some moves. KR Esports making some moves. Now, I'm looking at teams like 721 Aggressors. They've been making moves, right? But just not really going their way, right? And it really starts with the drop. If I'm not mistaken, the 721 Aggressors, one of the only teams that almost every match we played here tonight, they were involved in an early game fight.
Yeah, and I mean, they won the Erangel, of course, but, after losing, the next 2 maps, is your mentality really going to be comfortable taking another 4v4 drop? I believe it was at RAAD. So with the third-party potentials, with S2G possibly looking at your squad being like, hey, if they take any losses, we'll camp you out on rotation. 2 Erangels in a row. It really sits in the back of your mind and lingers of, is this even worth to take?
Yeah, and I'm always curious, like our breaks are a little longer than the finals, right? So for me, that gives these teams some time to go back, watch the VODs, and really pinpoint exactly who dropped where on Erangel and who likes to rotate in certain areas. So I'm almost curious, will we have teams be proactive this game now that this is the second Erangel played here in the grand finals? Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We got it going on. The plane is going to be starting in Milta and ending right on top of Primorsk. Very interesting plane path here on this game here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, the whole north side is virtually just, you're going to be taking out virtually the whole first zone to rotate if you wanted to drop Severny. We saw a team, I believe it was R6, was dropping towards that north side of Stalber. A lot of these teams, they had drops that first game that unfortunately aren't going to work out this one. I'm interested to see who all is going to be making the vehicle rotates or who all kind of has one of those secondary drops. I know Miramar, it's a very big thing to have 2 drops with it being such a large map. But for Erangel, I mean, I don't think you really have that sort of luxury of having a secondary drop. And for most of these squads, I think it'll come down to, can you drop better than the other players?
Yeah, game 1, I recall Brute Force going to military base. Looks like they will be acquiring that spot here once again. We got Fury out there on the east side of the island in Novo. So pretty solid when it comes to those teams looking to drop down there because that's their spot, right? But circle number 1, okay, not too bad. Pretty center, all things considered, right? But kind of going on to your point, like, I'm curious, will a team try to get some vehicles, and is it even worth it almost, in your opinion, Enigma, to get some vehicles and say send it up to like Severny, shooting range, Georgia Pool to get some loot and then play the edge? Like, is that even a viable option?
I think, with Yasnaya it might be doable, but Severny is really just you're playing for the edge circle. Maybe you have a read that no one's going to go up towards those George Pole crates and you kind of rotate towards that Ruins Bridge. But for the most part, I'm expecting a lot of farm to just be kind of just squatted in. Most people, even if they drop there for vehicles, as soon as you see that zone shift, I think you just loot the 1 or 2 buildings you got and you just work with it. We've seen a lot of teams do those sort of split drops. I know Hyper was a real big one of having it just that south side of Pachinki, that road that runs right along that river, I guess you could say. They do a split drop there. 3 or 4 buildings to their name and they're gone. So some teams like that sort of early aspect and with rotating, and other teams like getting fully looted and kind of just sacrificing a bit of positioning.
Yeah, talking about being gone, GMT actually, one of these teams all popping in their own little vehicles, and they're gonna be sending it up north of Naya, and looks like they took a pit stop to do some scouting. Hard base team or another team going into Naya, so very interesting to see teams prioritize vehicles and pretty much loot to their heart's content, where they know for a fact there's not going to be a squad just based on the flight plan, right? So getting to see different play styles. Like you said, other teams, they're just calling it what it is, and they're just going to stay near the zone, even if that's not their spot. They're going to loot it up and just play the game from there on out. Meanwhile, other squads looking to play their drop spot, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Stubborn in a sense, but looking forward to seeing, what play style comes out on top, essentially. But the 7-2-1 aggressors, we were talking about this team in the pre-show. Always in a fight, man. Always in a fight early game, and this is going to be them up against Triple Esports right now.
Yeah, a bit of a bison, but
Bison.
Not really connected.
21 more bullets in the chamber. A lot of footsteps here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, at least he has a first aid, but he's going to hear it. His teammates luckily pulled up for a bit of support, but look at this. I mean, everyone's kind of just MacGyvering their way to this compound. Now, Triple Esports does have the 3-man stack, but, I mean, it's always just a question. Is this fight even worth to take?
Homie smoking up real quick to get the heal. Now, squad mate looking to cook this grenade to toss it through 3 different doorways here. Here comes Triple Esports with the support. It was a solo, but now the entirety of the team is going to be piling on in. 7-2-1 aggressors doing a nice job. A lot of trades going back and forth. And look at this, another engagement, another entanglement on the coastline. We'll get back to that one because the 7-2-1 aggressors are looking to take out Triple Esports right now. And they do it. They're all grouping up just in time. Aggressor, lead peeking with the Bison. Taken out right there, but look at this, just in time to get the revive. And Triple Esports eliminated in 18th here.
Yeah, I mean, just really not a good feeling. It's the second time that, it doesn't seem like the placement's going too well. And Getso actually taking the 4v4 fight with RAAD, eliminating him, not taking any casualties. So this was over by that mill to power coastline you were noting about. And this is a spot that you don't really see get contested too often, especially with it being on the coast.
Yeah, that's probably why Team RAAD were caught off guard, right? They were like, hey, we're mill to power. You're like, what's going on here? We're on the edge of the map. The zone's not even favoring this year. So that might have definitely did play in the favor of Getso Esports. I mean, we talk about teams who need to make a come up. That's them being proactive. And talking about being proactive, BRX doing the same thing, man. Looking for some early game engagements here in Razok.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's making the rotates. It's either you're fighting on the drop or you're fighting with vehicles. And obviously BRX, a little bit of BM actually looks like. Real Tigers 9 now. Losing 1 player. I believe they still have 3 up, but a little bit separated on the squad. If BRX was able to assemble the Avengers pretty quickly, they'd maybe be able to get another thirst on them, but actually doesn't really seem to be the case. They might actually just force the issue, and it looks like Ozzy's going to be kind of spearheading this mission for the squad.
Yeah, Real Tiger 9, man, just kind of feeding over points, essentially, unless they can turn this around. But BRX Esports, they got their number. They're looking to take them out here, get some eliminations early game. What you love to see. Ozzy with some pre-fire with the UMP. Look at this, Ozzy's squad mate trying to pull up in the buggy right there. Fortunate for them, Jade was on the hillside, the crest, able to peek on over. Nice little trade. Looking for the pickup on their squad mate. Nice little smoke. They should be able to crawl, possibly, but they do have the buggy to work with for cover too as well. So BRX, man, looking for some early game fights here, looking to get some elimination points.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't lose any players, everyone will take 4 free elimination points. Now, this is going to be dead center of the zone. Conqueror, Iraq, FS, and I believe that's 7-2-1, all going to be kind of converging around this compound on this hill side. So Conquer Iraq really needing the points badly. They had a good Erangel game one, but really just fell off on the next two maps. Hoping to see more improvement from the squad coming into the last two matches.
Yeah, I've seen a ton of just vehicle plays right now. It's like a bowl of spaghetti over here with the colors and all the different players. It looks like they're all kind of going for their own individual plays almost, just you know, for a bird's eye view, which is very interesting. But Conquerors Iraq getting intertwined, trying to just find a bowl, some type of terrain to work with. And well, they're just not catching any luck right there because no matter where they go, there's already going to be a team looking in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, Hardbass too. I mean, they're just scouting you out with cars, seeing how many people are knocked. It's only a matter of time before kind of stop and shoot a few knocked players for free points. They did, I believe, thirst one player somewhere. Oh, it's pretty neat. I never noticed that, Dave. We got the airdrop in.
Airdrop info, baby.
But the zone shift does happen, and I feel so bad for all those teams up at Potato Hill because this baby just shifts directly to the ferry pier bridge, and everyone's got to make the rotation.
Yeah, this is a huge W for Brute Force, who drop a military base dead center right there. So it looks like they were thinking about rotating over that eastern bridge that Falcons White were holding down. But now with this new circle shift, they pretty much got the military base island to themselves. And, well, they got first dibs, essentially, on where they want to go, especially with the Falcons White squad bridge camping, right? So it's just going to get that much more difficult for any team to breach Brute Force. But talking about difficult, still with the vehicle play up here, man. Looks like S2G playing some derby out here, some death derby, trying to get some runovers in their buggies.
Yeah, and I mean, thankfully for them, they were able to pick up 2 eliminations without losing anyone. So a little bit nice, I guess, a turn up for the squad. We're needing to see a lot more from them to be able to really shoot up those leaderboards. But starting off with 2 elims, I'm looking at the map stream a bit. There's no one really around them other than the Hate Gaming squads. Everyone's either, you know, at a bridge or really far out in zone or just already converged to a centralized position. I mean, we could see, what is that, 4 or 5 different colored dots on the map just representing different squads. So everyone betting that it's going to center up over and over around this one little mountainside. And it's only a matter of time before these squads really might bite the bullet of rotating too early.
Yeah, Dark Knight's going to be on the cliffs near the water, pretty much as center as you can be right now. So we'll see how that one plays into their favor. We do see them in the replay take some shots down there in the distance on a hard base team. KR going to be opting for the bridge camp on the west side. So both bridges currently going to be occupied by squads here. But interesting enough, Brute Force, I did mention they had easy pickings. They had the advantage, first movers. But it looks like they're actually pushing the edge because there was Fury trying to sneak up right behind them. So we are going to have 2 teams clashing for that military base island terrain right now.
Yeah, and the saving grace for them, I guess you could say, is Fury's only down to 2 players. You're obviously at an advantage. I believe they have 3, if not all 4 players up for Brute Force. And what you really want to make sure is you have all 4 to make that bridge cross. But who needs to make a cross if you're just going to fight on the edge? FLUX now taking a fight with, I believe it's GMT. So 2 squads that are kind of needing the points to really move up or down the leaderboard, fighting on the edge of zone.
This is death derby out here, man. Why take the gunfight when you could just run them over? FLUX out here making some moves happen. It's going to be BRX out there in the distance, still looking to get involved with a third party. But going over here, S2G, one of the main topics of the lobby here. A lot of people looking to see when they can really turn up. Looks like now they're going to be up against Hate Gaming, a very aggressive squad. Comes to their play style, but let's see what we can do. A little shotgun action with the crossfire right there. 4 eliminations going the way of S2G. They did lose Silas, though, unfortunately for them, so that'll set them back a couple pegs. But fortunate for them, Pachinki in the zone. Next circle does favor them somewhat, so it is going to be going up there towards the north.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of these teams, they're still going to be in that central spot on the zone shift. Hopefully, though, you know, they don't get, I guess, too screwed if it shifts off of them. They're able to maybe make the rotation in. But The one team that you've been noting about a lot has been Brute Force, and they're just now making the bridge cross. And I was honestly worried because if KR Esports chose to camp the bridge, that would be essentially 4 free elimination points. Bit of a saving grace with timing for them. But right now, I mean, FLUX still just in an all-out gunfight. It seems like the last 2 zones.
Yeah, it was BRX. Now it's going to be Getso out there in the distance, and looks like Getso are going to be the team gatekeeping them essentially because they're going to be in the zone, and FLUX trying to make their approach, and it's going to be a challenge. I mean, they're going to have to fight regardless because there's about 3 different teams stacked up there on the edge in the north, and they have utility, they have vehicles, they have the means to get the job done, I guess you can say. So it's going to come down to FLUX and their ability, their gun skill to really take them out.
Yeah, and I think the scary thing is just with this sort of zone, so much water in play and how no one's playing Military Island, you have virtually a third of the zone unplayable. Might as well just close it to stage 4 at this point instead of staying on stage 3. A lot of these people are fighting for what just seems like really just unfavorable positions. And we're talking about 15 squads left in the lobby. It's not like there's only 10, 11. We're talking virtually the whole lobby still alive. Just grasping for straws at this point, I guess you could say. Almost just hoping that the next zone shift is close. Maybe make like a full send, do or die play into it. But, I mean, you talked about it before, the kill feed is still just showing run over after run over day.
Yeah, the Death Derby. That's the slogan here for match number 4 of the grand finals here on Erangel. Everybody opting just to stay in their vehicles and try to get the runovers, and who could blame them, especially with all this terrain, this open terrain. You might as well. And it looks like Getso trying to test their driving abilities, crashing into each other. That's going to open up for Solke, but fortunate for the quick turnaround right there. Solke was connected on, but mistakes definitely are being made on the side of Getso.
Full send now. It's kind of an even fight still. It's a matter of who kind of gets that lucky draw with the nade, and seems like both squads. I think they're starting to see the zone shift, by the way, Dave. Half of the zone is still in the water. It's nowhere near him. And Getso actually looks like they're getting a little bit aggressive. Lost going for an off angle play all the way on the edge here. So FLUX really in a dire position, but it doesn't do anything if there's a team in the fields, Dave.
Yeah, that's gonna be BRX just all firing on these vehicles, getting the explosions going. Honestly, if I was Getso right there, I had all my teammates up, all in their own individual vehicles. I'm just crashing on top of that little bowl and trying to run over FLUX. I mean, why not? Why not? But all 3 of those teams, and then GMT, they were also up there in the north. They were in Pachinki. They need to move. And there's not a lot of terrain because right now we're getting a nice little glimpse. Most of the solid positions on the coastline with the boulders, the rocks, the cover, it's occupied, man.
Yeah, and I mean, there's what I believe 3, if not 4 compounds. Virtually all of them take them, other than the one on the northeast section. Falcons, I believe, will fill that in shortly. But everyone else, I mean, I feel like we're going to start seeing some Michael Phelps happen. People are going to start swimming in the water when they realize, hey, all of this coastline is already taken. And unfortunately, you know, you can't be healing in cars and stuff like that anymore. You have to surface at some point. And that's when we've seen everyone with the M4 just absolutely start beaming you in the water.
Brute Force, the squad that dropped military base, now going to be here on the mainland. And I love this position that they're on this hilltop here. Very strong one if they could just make sure nobody backfills them from behind, because there's just those fields back there, right? But it looks like it was actually a team looking to take this hill from them. So Neos now with the AKM, a lot of bullets to work with here, avoiding not 1 but 2 different vehicle run over attempts right there. Can we get the strafing back and forth? But Neos finally taken out right there, but a vehicle explosion just spoiling the fight for everybody right there. Oh my goodness. The chaos in the hilltops right there.
Yeah, you just question, you know, where was like the support earlier? Obviously Dark pulled up, but if you're shooting the vehicle, I mean, it's going to blow up at some point, you know. They only have so much HP, and it's just really going to be the back foot for them now. Unfortunately, while that was going on, it seems like Brute Force was eliminated by KR Esports. They did have 4 eliminations to their name, so it wasn't I guess, too bad of a situation, but with the zones, it's so tough, and we already see it in the water.
John Stones. Honestly, they had the solo, the insurance policy for brute force in the south by KR. So like you were saying, I don't know what happened exactly, but they weren't really grouped up, and I did like that position they had in the hills that BRX were able to take from them. But John Stone's doing John Stone's things, just trying to get a nice little swim in here before the last match of the tournament.
Oh,
but Hardbass not really appreciating that right there. Not going to allow John Stones to swim any further. Next circle goes up. Still about, I would say, even more than 50% water in play, because you have that that little lagoon that the Dark Knights are holding down right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're grasping for a rock. I mean, RTG's got a great spot. They still have a majority of their compound in play. KR Esports, I believe, has just the edge of their little one stacks in play, but as of right now, there's actually a fight kind of near the middle. Oh, big nade.
Big nades, yeah. 3 more to go. 2 more to go. Huge grenade right there. Let's see if they can get it done before it gets third-partied here. Ray Z, 2 more and a Molotov. That Molotov might play a crucial role in trying to get some splash damage going here. S2G, Ray Z, putting in some work right now at Enigma. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 9 teams left alive. His team's got 4 eliminations to their name, but with his positioning, I'm not really envisioning anyone actually slamming on top of the solo, because, I mean, if you're in this position, you almost just assume that he's part of that Dark Knight squad, and no one's really going to be pushing a full team. So I'm interested to see how long Raze is able to stay alive. Hopefully he doesn't get backstabbed or anything like that. People have to swim in the water and shoot up at him, but as long as he plays loud like this, I'm actually loving this idea, because no one's going to want to contest you.
Checking in with FLUX, this team, they've been playing this one nice and slow, finally making their approach into an off-center position from the edge here. Looks like things are going to be falling apart for them, though, unfortunately. Using their vehicles as hard cover. Well, that push, man, might have just been the nail in the coffin. Now they're down to just 1. We'll see if they survive. Ray Z knows there's a swimmer behind him. He just has an idea, right? But we'll be focusing on the players on the mainland. Players they can actually try to take out right now, because my dude in the vehicle with the 200 IQ heals right there.
And a drop. I mean, you get the full 3 gears, so you take less damage while you're swimming if you get shot. But, I mean, it's still stage 5. I'm saying it's roughly 60% water. Really struggling, and they tagged him.
Oh, Gonzo in the water, man, just swimming. So 2 swimmers here this game. First one, John Stones, didn't work out for them, and it doesn't work out for Gonzo as well. So water, is it the play? Question mark. I think not right now. But if these zones continue to favor water, I guarantee you we'll see a couple more solo swimmers attempting for the placement points. RTG, they lost 1, but still got 3 active here in this map. Looking for another solid game here, hopefully for them.
Yeah, still needing to find themselves at least an elimination on the board. There we go. 19 left alive, 3 of them on their team. So theoretically, they could reach, double-digit eliminations still as a squad. But with the zone shift, it pulls back towards the mainland a little bit more. And unfortunately, even though it pulled back, there's a lot of just flat terrain in this circle. There's nothing really playable unless you're just going to take a straight-up fight.
Wow, the 2 solos, S2G Ray and Dark Knights Vic, the 2 solos on the shoreline in the cliffs. Well, they're going to be digging a tunnel and trying to just, remain there for as long as possible, because the next circle does shift once again at 50% water, so their position is going to be secured. Right now, all eyes are on RTG, BRX, and KR. Flashing it right now on the west side. They got this hill, this terrain to work with. They crest over, throw some grenades, try to get some damage on the board here. But RTG in the hardcover, essentially. Got to watch out for these window angles.
Yeah, I mean, as long as RTG doesn't overextend and overpeak, give themselves, knocks and 1v1s for other people to trade them out, it's virtually just you wait for the other 2 teams to fight. You're in the only spot with hardcover. You can nade them out when the zone shift closes. You've got roughly 2 minutes to hold on to your frag grenades if you have any left. But I mean, it's looking like a pretty good spot still for RTG, as long as they don't get trapped in the buildings.
Yeah, RTG looking pretty good. I am getting a little worried about their gas cans. I saw a couple of them inside of here that I might want to like move in a closet. But we got these 3 teams, and then we got the 7-2-1 aggressors in the north, who might fight with Hardbass on the east. So those 2 teams are going to be near each other. So really 2 main focal points right now. The solo is probably just going to continue to survive a little longer, just because they don't really have any danger afoot for them for now. But going back to RTG, looks like we're going to be popping out of our compounds, actually. We're going to take some fights here. Looking to clear it up. Looking to clear up the edge.
And look at that. KR left. They didn't decide to take the fight at the compound. They're taking the ridgeline. And oh, wait a second. That's someone on a roof? We got Spider-Man out here.
Oh, from behind, the Butcher. Knocking out GAGGRESSOR, but we do have some smokes to block those sight lines, so they're not going to be able to clean it up for now. And yeah, this was the fight that I was anticipating. 7-2-1, looking to clear out the east, essentially, and just secure the north, right, all to themselves, because if they could do that, well, they're in a power position, essentially, to win this game.
Yeah, but the only issue is, Hardbass, they have a solo, I believe, just under the hillside from 7-2-1 aggressors. If he's able to kind of catch a player out, get an opening knock, maybe Hardbass is going to be able to push up onto the hillside. Because if you get an opening knock in any of these positions, I think you just got to full send it. You can't wait. Can't be letting them revive or, let it out and try to bait the body. You need to go for the thirst, and you need to go for the next position. And right now, I mean, we've only got 10 seconds left, Dave, till the next zone shift. It's really going to be a telltale sign of which of these 4 squads that we're watching are going to be fighting each other.
Here comes Kevin, just casually strolling on in, getting some eliminations. But Hardbass team, like you said, they got a knock on the 7-2-1. Now making the push, hopefully trying to avoid the third party from KR, because they are just locking horns here. Aggressor pre-firing the tree, but little do they know they're gonna have to go up against 6 grenades. It doesn't even matter. Hardbass team coming out on top, utilizing the grenades, the Molotovs, just flushing out the 7-2-1 aggressors.
Yeah, and what's crazy is they kept all 4 players alive. The zone shift happens. The 1 stories are virtually out of play, maybe only 1 or 2 buildings. So if you're Hardbass, you're really just patting yourselves on the back saying, that team fight right there might have just been the game-winning play for us.
Meanwhile, RAAD has just been surveying the land essentially from the coastline. So we'll get to RAAD, because right here in the building, 2 members from RTG, DBS in hand. Jafar. Oh, there we go. That's how you counter the DPS. Flush them out from their corner with the Molotov, tossing about 3 Molotovs here.
You're in it.
Riva is done. Oh, love to see that. Let's see what GAGGRESSOR can do here. Scar, DBS combo, not a lot of slugs to go, but look at this, KR still, with some utility, but the quick 2-tap right there, GAGGRESSOR knocking out 2. That was massive.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a 3rd player got knocked from a 3rd party, so really it's a 1v1 situation. Actually looks like Gary Spets gets the reset off, but GAGGRESSOR now, I mean, in a 1v1 situation, he just bodied 2 of your teammates. Are you even comfortable peeking this man right now?
Ooh, nice little pre-fire right there. Looks like they might be going for the pickup. Yes, they are. Only 12 slugs to go. The pressure is on. GAGGRESSOR will be popping out. Missing a couple shots. 8 more to go. That's all we need. That's all we need. 3 slugs to go. Can we get the 1v4? Swap it to the Scar. We're not able to get the job done. Salute to GAGGRESSOR, though. Almost taking out the entirety of KR.
Yeah, I mean, 3 of them, but now Hardbass, they come in. They know 3 players were knocking that engagement. You get the knocks, but not the points on the eliminations. And I mean, if you're KR Esports, you're hoping that you just get 2nd place in this game, but there's a solo alive. And Hardbass team, they are just ecstatic with how this game went.
Yeah, Hardbass doing a smart play too, keeping one of their players on the shoreline, anticipating the solo right from the shore. So yeah, that could be like the game-winning play right there, in my opinion. But let's see though. Still got KR, got 3 up, got a slight reset. They're pretty much dead to rights, though.
Yeah.
Unless they take out.
I mean, it's a hero play at this point.
Yeah, I'm trying
You
to
gotta
see
get
what can happen.
You gotta get Jaisa out of here. He's the one holding you down from getting in vehicles. You gotta make the mad dash into the next zone while dealing with all this cover, all this elevation difference you have. You're virtually going to be having the 1 in a million shots if you were to win this.
Oh, massive grenade right there. Here comes the follow-up. The last one, though, here, Enigma. No more Molotovs. No more grenades.
They get the thirst.
Yeah, did get the thirst. Wash and Kevin, last two alive right now for KR. A little pre-fire action with the UMP. Be looting some more grenades. Exactly what we need here. 2 grenades. I'll take that. Prime delivery. Kevin is going to be in the soft cover in the smokes. Nice grenade right there. Anticipating the push from Wash in the smokes here. Here comes the follow-up. KR right there on the edge of the play zone. S2G eliminated here. And now here's the game-winning play. Kevin, last one alive, crawling in the grass. Spotted, tagged, and bagged. Hard-based team coming out on top of this game number 4 Erangel match.
Yeah, I mean, winner, chicken dinner. They had the one crucial fight they needed against 7-2-1 aggressors on that hillside. Straight up 4v4 fight. You had no one else taking pod shots at you. And fortunately for them, they were able to keep all 4 players alive. And I mean, the team stats themselves, they'll speak for it when we get to the graphic, because that whole team seemed like they were all just one working machine.
Hard-based team, the number 1 seed coming out of EU. They had 2 wins, 23 eliminations. Looking at the finals, finally showing up, 12 eliminations, 2,256 damage here done this game. And I gotta say, a lot of their damage done this match had to have been their Molotovs, their grenades.
Yeah.
Because like you said, they utilized the utility up against 7-2-1. They took them out. That was beautiful. But they kept just steamrolling from there on out to seal the deal, you know, and they did it with the complete team alive as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the main part is people forget, or maybe the casual viewer doesn't experience, is when you go for these sort of nade throws, if you get the trade, you're virtually taking 0 damage throwing a grenade around the corner or a molly getting a knock. So any sort of advantage you can get for your squad, whether it's HP advantages or just straight up knocks or even full on thirst, I mean, it's worth its weight in gold. And we can see it here. I mean, the damage itself, every player is over 400 damage itself. And obviously we know the MVP will be someone from this squad. Jisa, 800 total damage. Pumping in the deeps.
Yeah, and a nice little elimination, longest elimination, 238 meters as well. So definitely popping off here this game. Hard-based team, a sleeper squad when it comes to games 1 and games 2. Sanhok, man, I am such a believer. That Sanhok game is like the palate cleanser, you know, just the refresher course that a lot of these teams needed to kind of kick them in the right direction for the last 2 games here. And well, hard-based team, solid game here, solid game. 7-2-1 as well. A lot of eliminations coming out from 3 of the squad mates.
Yeah, I mean, 3 of them, they're all around the same numbers, so you're dropping virtually just 10 right there out of those 3. I assume their 4th player had at least 1, but who to say it again, but Soulless on the leaderboard here for kills. I believe he was the one that had the 1v3 on Sanhok last game, clutching his team a few extra points, and that was a team that I was making note of. I want to see this team either work more as a squad, because I'm seeing the individual prowess really shine. It's just not really collecting there till the late game.
Yeah, and that's FLUX in particular. 6 eliminations that game. BRX 6 eliminations. S2G a little 50-50 split. 5 placement points. Okay, 3rd place. Shout out to their solo on the shoreline. Definitely clutching that one out. But 12 eliminations for both 1st and 2nd place team on this match. So pretty impressive there, just soaking up the points here on the final Erangel map of the grand finals here in Enigma.
Yeah, and I think the scary thing is 4 teams at the very bottom, all goose eggs. That just means that there was 1-2 teams, 1st and 2nd place, just accumulating elimination points. And obviously now we see the overall We know Dark Knights is still going to be in first place. They had a few elims and placements, but KR Esports, they've moved up. Hardbass team after that match as well, kind of riding the coattails of them. And the leaderboard, even though we saw a lot of teams perform well, it's still pretty close.
Yeah, at least for second, right? At least for that the $1,000, because I'm looking at first place. All right, they got a 26-point gap. So, I mean, listen, it's still, if Dark Knights go out early, right, like 1 point, no points, that opens it up, because 26 points, yeah, you might think, oh, that's a ton of points. That's like a win, and on average our teams have been getting like 10, 12 eliminations, right? So yeah, that's 22, 23 points right there. So KR, Hardbass, even RTG and FLUX, like a massive, and I'm saying massive, I'm talking about the win and like 12, 13, 14 eliminations, which we've seen done here tonight.
Yeah,
that could knock out Dark Knights. Is it going to happen? I don't know. You know, Dark Knights, they have been slipping and sliding a little bit, right, when it comes to their team fights here tonight. But I don't want to exit out of the possibility realms quite yet, because I think there's a slight chance it's still there, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think the scary thing is, even with Dark Knights, it feels like they've had, you know, worser games. They're still dropping 2, 3 eliminations. So I mean, every elimination is going to be worth its weight in gold, I guess you could say, coming into this final match, because we do know that there are pop-off potentials. We do know there are squads that can drop 15, 16, 18 elimination games, depending if they get the zones, if they get the love, and they hit the shot. So it's always just up for grabs for any team to really get.
Exactly. So I know you might be in the chat waiting for your codes. You're going to get it, by the way, but you're also in the chat like, nah, Dark Knight's got this in the bag. What are these two talking about? Listen, there's a chance, all right? I'm just saying there's a chance. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after this game. We'll find out exactly who will be the champions of the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? One more match to go. Mustache Dave, Enigma will be bringing you all the action here for the Lidoma International Grand Finals $5,000 prize pool. One more game to go. Dark Knights clearly in the lead by like 26 points. My goodness, KR Esports, Hardbass, and RTG right behind them, though, Enigma, but it will take some heavy lifting coming into the final match of the tournament.
Yeah, I feel like heavy lifting is a bit of an understatement, and we got to kind of put it in perspective for all the viewers and all the fans and that sort of stuff. These players have probably played close to 100, if not 200 matches for this tournament. Let's say 100 for just straight up qualifier matches, with the amount of rounds you'd have to go through, the amount of dedication you'd have to show on top of scrim practice for an event like this, all the hours that these teams have put in. I mean, it shows who has been able to put in the hours the most in the most productive way, and who maybe has kind of gone off the gas a little bit. We know there were some PMGC teams in the lobby here tonight, maybe a bit of an underperformance, a lot of legacy names that haven't really picked up speed. But it seems like Dark Knights, of course, is the team that, you know, everyone is praising and keeping their eyes on. Because, I mean, the point lead speaks for itself. It's not like they got it off luck, per se. It's all based off that team's ability to adapt and overcome the adversaries almost that appear in front of them.
Yeah, 42 elimination points. They have more elimination points than second place on down has in total points, right? Because second place is at 38 total points. So they have a massive amount of points here. But ladies and gentlemen, game number 5. The grand finals. Who will be crowned the champion? The second place team gets $1,000. Third place gets $800, but first place gets the lump sum of $2,000. And like you said, Enigma, these teams, they didn't just show up. No, they had to compete multiple rounds, 3 different regions, 800 teams in total, right? And all these teams that are competing in this tournament, well, they had to play last week in their own regional finals to make it here to the grand final. So it comes down to this, the last match of the year for the Lidoma International Grand Finals here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I'm almost kind of sad because, you know, I wish it would obviously go on forever and we could play these games, but unfortunately someone's got to be crowned a champion at some point. And for the most part, you know, we've talked about pop-off games and stuff like that. I believe very well that every one of these teams could have that pop-off performance. It's a matter if one of those teams in that second through fourth place range, are they able to get the pieces together? The stars really aligned for them on this last Miramar map. Because at this point, I mean, you're almost looking up, praying for the PUBG gods to give you grace, hoping that Dark Knights and stuff like that, they get eliminated early on for you to make that sort of comeback. But if you see the game go on later and later, the stress starts to build up. And this is for money. This isn't for you moving on to the next bracket. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. There's nothing after this. It is just today. And, you know, we've seen players shine and we've seen players falter under this new pressure that's been exposed to them.
Without a doubt. And I'm really curious to see, like, will we get a team to really contest the Dark Knights? Because there's a lot of teams who, well, quite frankly, to put it, I don't know if they're going to be placing within the money, right? So you might as well drop on the Dark Knights and just try to spoil their whole tournament here. But more Winchester action coming into play from one of my favorite squads here, 721 Aggressors. We've been seeing this squad here tonight, currently in 8th place with 23 total points. And guess what? Most of their points, 20 of those points coming from eliminations. I mean, that's just mind-blowing.
Yeah, I mean, the eliminations itself, it's always fascinating just seeing that number rack up more and more when teams start to dominate lobbies. But one team that I believe was actually fighting off drop was one of those lower end teams. I believe it was Getso, fighting with KR Esports. So, you know, KR Esports, one of those borderline teams that could possibly shoot up if they have a pop-off performance. Actually able to pick up 1, if not 2 eliminations. I think it looks like just 1, but I mean, with the map zone shift, it was looking a little rough. I don't believe there was anyone in it. The plane path was up on that northeastern side. Zone, unfortunately, all the way southwest. So, little unfortunate for some of these teams, but a lot of people now believe you're going to start making the mad dash. And it actually looks like Falcons, Dave, is actually going to be catching off KR Esports on a rotate.
Yeah, KR, one of the teams with the best chance to really contest the Dark Knights here. And, well, like you said, going to be contested here on the bridge from the Falcons White squad, just straight up standing in the open, taking some shots.
Wow.
But it looks like it's actually going the way of Falcons White here. 6 going for the reload in the UMP. KR just kind of getting picked apart here underneath the bridge on this early engagement. We can watch through nothing. Ooh, Falcons White, baby. Yeah, taking out KR Esports. That's massive. I mean, that opens up. Okay, obviously first place was a pipe dream, but that definitely opens up Hardbass, RTG, FLUX to secure the second place $1,000.
Yeah, I mean, $1,000 is nothing to play with. I think what happened here was just KR got a little bit too caught up with their Getso fight, and then just ultimately just got caught up by Falcons. And when you're seeing 2 players run in the open, you kind of wish that you landed more shots, of course, but really just not the case there. Now we're seeing Team RAAD. This is a team that I thought would have, you know, at least a few pop-off performances. Unfortunately, just getting caught off on rotate, slamming into Montier. GMT picking up 2 free elimination points. Gonna need a lot more than that, though, to be shooting up the leaderboard.
Man, you just got to feel for the KR fans and the team in general as they watch the leaderboard on the right-hand side just continue to slide down, right? I mean, you know, how far will they slide down? How much money will they lose is the question, because they're definitely not going to be gaining any more money from the grave right there. So Hardbass team had a pretty solid performance here, so they're going to be feeling good coming into the final map of the evening. Only 2 points behind KR, taking their second place. So they got money signs right now in their eyes, in my opinion, you know.
And you're always wondering, you know, how many people from each of those 2nd through 8th place squads has lost a player. As soon as you start seeing that kill feed lineup of, hey, you know, Dark Knights was the limit, RTG lost one, even FLUX losing a player. I mean, you're all going to be just hoping that that's not your squad losing players and it's other people. And I mean, it looks like this fight by the bridge still isn't done. Falcons now actually turning their eyes towards Getso, have a bit of a player locked up on the upstairs.
They got no meds, Enigma. The team has no meds, dude. They're just looking for the fights here.
Have a dream.
They have nothing but a dream, like you said, and now they're going to be trying to flush out Getso. I mean, they got the ammo, they got the guns, right? But what can they do with no meds? Well, hopefully try to get some meds from Getso as they try to flush them out. Nice pre-fire right there. The lean peak, obviously not playing in the favor of Up 9. They're taking out Punch King out there with the VSS out of all guns, too. The VSS from downtown. Kamikaze kind of in the back lines for the squad, just watching their teammates get shredded.
Well, I mean, if you're 1 HP, I'm fine with you maybe staying back. And you got a VSS, I don't think you're really going to be putting that much work with it unless someone tries, you know, running up to the building. I don't think it's one of those stellar guns anymore that people used to make it out to be. But now, I mean, the Uzi, though, still seems pretty decent in mine. It's a bit of a jump out onto the RAAD member, butchering the spray, Dave, and 2 of them get knocked going for the trade.
Yeah, shut the door right in time. So now GMT down to just a solo. Should be able to get the pickups. I don't see that RAAD player really trying to close the gap right now. Instead, they're trying to get the resets. But heading back over to this skirmish here. Looks like Falcons White able to get some loot, some heals, as they're looking a little healthier than they were moments ago. They got a Getso player in the corner, the flash, but it doesn't even matter. The pre-fire able to take them out. We're going to be interrogating them. Where's your last member? Where are they? Tell us now. We'll let you live. Never mind. Gonzo taking them out. And then Kamikaze in the back lines. Yeah. Last one alive.
See.
Or Getso.
See, I liked him scoping in, and then I realized it was a DBS he was about to shoot. And he wasn't close to him.
The GMT. Battle for bottom. leaderboards.
Wait a second.
Essentially right there.
A little bit of
Getso
BM.
eliminated as well. So going back to the VSS, man, I remember back in the day, who was it? Beowulf really putting that weapon on the map, right? Known as the VSS King, if I'm not mistaken. And then I think even Sixless kind of implementing it into his play style not too long after that. But honestly, after those two players, and this is like what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, like, at least, yeah. No VSS love, you know, not at all. Personally, I love the Winchester, but I also love the VSS because the supersonic suppressor. It's a gun that feels good, you know, just it's a good feeling weapon to have some fun with. But yeah, we don't ever see it in competitive play, unfortunately.
Yeah, same thing with snipers, unless it's an of course, and you're really just him when it comes to using an 8x. You don't really see those guns come into play, and I know a lot of people have been fans about, you know, maybe changing up the recoil meta and stuff like that for ARs, kind of just spicing things up and changing it. Going back to the VSS, though, I was always a fan of it until they added the Bizone. And then when you added a suppressor to it, it was virtually just a VSS with, instead of course, you know, that 20-round mag with an extended, now you've got 53, I believe it is, in Eclipse. So, you know, why bother picking up the gun? You could throw a 6x on it, I think, too, or at least a 4x, so.
Do you see the knife kill in the kill feed?
Wait a second.
There was a Bowie
knife. What's
knife.
Going on?
Oh, man, Game 5 things. And, you know, for teams looking to overthrow the Dark Knights are dead center right now. There is a strong contender, though. The FLUX Esports are essentially right on top of them, as we are going to be checking in with FLUX. So here very briefly, but we do see the Dark Knights in the opposite compound from them. But these two squads pretty dead center, all things considered, right? So not good for like Hardbass, not good for RTG, and even FLUX, who need that insane pop-off game to really overthrow them here. Yeah,
and the scary thing is just you're worrying about those top 5, but 6th place is Falcons White. They have 7 eliminations to their name. They're looking to shoot up for that, at least that 2nd place position. And as soon as you start seeing these eliminations stack more, GMT actually has 6 to their name as well. So when the eliminations start going to other squads, you're realizing that, hey, you know, there's less people for us to farm and get our points. So your dreams kind of just start slipping through your fingers. And you almost wish that maybe you went and either hot dropped on someone or went for that early game engagement to try to at least make an effort for those points. Now, maybe these teams also have the idea of, hey, we're not going to go for a big game. We're going to play for that 2nd place, which you and I obviously want to see that Dark Knights contention. We want to see him sweat a little bit. But after those first 3 games, you know, the performance was just stellar.
Omi from Hardbass definitely going to defensive driving course because they were able to dodge in the bus all the bullets from brute force there. Very impressive. Brute force. So the issue I'm starting to have here, and I'm saying it, all right? I'm saying it. Others might not say it, but the teams in the mid-pack, dude, why are we camping it out? You know what I'm saying? Like, we should be going for fights. Yes, if you're Hardbass, RTG, obviously you want to survive to the end and get some eliminations. But, like, if you're, like, 10th on down, centering it up, going in compounds, parking the cars to make sure no one pop. Like, why? You know, like, go for the fights. This is the last game of the tournament. Make it a big one, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, brute force, it seems like they're kind of starting to do that. They have 2 eliminations to their name. They found this sort of fight with GMT on the edge of zone. But, I mean, I almost wanted to see this a zone or 2 ago. I didn't want to see it this late into the game. And obviously, a lot of people have been fighting early on. We have already 3 teams eliminated, but it's like we're needing to start get the gas going sooner rather than the last game, guys. We're needing it sooner than, you know, zone 4, zone 5. We're needing it at the very beginning. And, you know, for these squads, it's all a matter of just maybe just their mentality has slipped a bit going into this last game. And I think that's almost a great learning point for new players and stuff like that, of building that mental fortitude that competitive players need, because everyone's got their off days, everyone's got their low moments. It's how you're able to bounce back after a bad game and really start putting your name and your team on the map, so to speak.
Talking about mental fortitude, it's going to be hard when you keep getting sent on like this. BRX, couple of eliminations in the pocket. I saw moments ago Silas with a run over onto Hate Gaming. I think Hate Gaming down to just a solo after, you know, S2G just pretty much ran through him right there. But we're starting to see a couple teams pick it up here. Like you said, Falcons White, 7 eliminations. The elimination leaders here so far, RTG 3, S2G 3 as well. So a couple teams starting to realize, like, hey, we need some elimination points. Let's see. Zooming on by 1 HP, but here comes the squad mates from Brute Force with the support. Be able to get another elimination on the board. Conquerors are racked done. They had a strong start here, Enigma. Not gonna lie, very aggressive start. A ton of eliminations, but after that, you know, not much from them.
Yeah, I wonder how many points they had coming out of that first game. I want to say it was at least 10, if not 12, maybe. And unfortunately, I don't know if it was just that Miramar, maybe they just got thrown off, or everyone got a read of how that team plays. But really unfortunate stuff to see from them. And you know, obviously 11th place, you're not finishing in the prize picks, but any one of these teams, of course, I mean, it was a privilege to see all these teams playing because it took a grind to get here. And obviously someone's going to have to hold up that first place and someone's going to have to hold up that 16th. No one's going to be finishing at the same placements throughout all 16, 18 teams. So it's just, you know, it's a reminder to everyone that even if your team doesn't perform well, it doesn't mean that your team's bad in any way. It's just today they weren't here and they didn't show up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can only crown one champion, of course, but all these teams, they what we like to talk about is the gauntlet. You know, they had to perform. They had to continue to progress lobby after lobby in these short sprints, you know, tournaments where it's only 5 games. You know, after 5 games, you either make it or you don't, right? So having a bad day could be the tournament, essentially, for your team. So, looking at today, though, whose day it is, the Dark Knights, without a doubt. I mean, it has been their day, without a doubt. The team looking to contest at least 2nd place, Hardbass team, 3rd place right there on the live tracker. They're going to be down a member. But we're starting to see some action. RTG looking to make some moves as well. 3 eliminations. Rio, the person with the eliminations, actually taken out what looked like midair right there in the vehicle. Hopefully they'll be able to get the pickup for him because they have been a crucial player on the squad. At least when it comes to this map.
Yeah, and Miramar, I mean, it's all about playing that long range, getting the resets off. But unfortunately, when you have multiple squads looking at you, it kind of makes it hard to go for resets, especially on open hillsides like that. But someone that's not really been faulting under the pressure, at least it seems this game, is Falcon White. Actually, I believe they swam across the water, Dave, and now just taking the fight to everyone, it seems. Just vibing here, isolated on this coastline. The zone shift is closing. We can see it on that right side just for a brief moment. No one really around them unless they're just hunkered up in compound. So big potential for Falcon White to move up the leaderboard for more money.
Yeah, Falcon White honestly doing what they need to be doing. The only team really doing what they need to be doing here this match to move up the overall leaderboards, essentially. 8 eliminations. The whole squad is alive. And yeah, they pump the brakes a little bit, but only to heal. You know, they pump the brakes, heal, and they continue their journey, their snowball here, racking up the points, right? So we've seen them already move up some placement points because they were in 7th before coming into this game. Now they're in 5th, right? So they know the mission, and the mission is to get as much money as possible. And how is that mission going to be accomplished? Well, taking fights, winning fights, and doing the rinse and repeat over and over again until it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, the unfortunate thing for them is the squads that they're wanting to either face off themselves or have already be eliminated weren't the teams next, and we're seeing almost all of the bottom half being completely wiped out in the lobby. So that means that all those teams in that 4th through 9th ranking, those teams that they want to be eliminated, are still alive with them in the lobby somewhere. Whether they know it's 4-mans, trios, solos, it's up to the IGL to really remember that sort of stuff. But these players, I mean, they're putting in the effort. It's a matter if they can finish strong, because right now we still have 11 teams, Dave. It's not like we're in that placement point range yet. It's not like you're really able to calculate how many extra points you're going to get. But with the next zone shift, it's coming off the coast a little bit. I'm a little worried for Falcons as they had swam across. They're not going to have any vehicles to really make this sort of journey if it does shift more off the coastline in the next few zones.
Yeah, and they got two really strong contenders around them as well. The Dark Knights, of course, in first place, who can do whatever. You know, they can have their way with the lobby. And then FLUX as well, another strong contender. So Falcons White on the shoreline, like you mentioned, going to be continuing to use the coast at least as long as possible, right? And that road side to continue to just rotate into the zone. But we already see 8 eliminations, like they're climbing up the leaderboard. RTG, 3 eliminations. The whole squad is still going to be active. But Hardbass overleaping KR Esports here already. So Hardbass, another squad to definitely see how they continue to track their journey. They do have Brute Force right behind them. So it is going to be interesting to see if they can fend them off.
Yeah, and the scary thing is just we're looking at the point totals. 7-2-1 aggressors and S2G, they both, even if they were to have a full clean wipe, not lose any players, I mean, we're looking at only 3-4 point increase. It's not like you're having those 8 or 9 points like what Falcon has off of just eliminations alone. This fight is a great win for you if you can get it, but you need to have more than just this in the lobby.
Yeah, the S2G 7-2-1 fight is meh, right? The fights that I'm really looking at, RTG, can they continue to survive the bullets right now from FLUX, because they have a realistic chance at taking that second place depending on how Hardbass plays it up against Brute Force. You know, second place, $1,000, third place, $800. So there's a slight difference between the two, but of course, you'd rather finish second than third, all things considered. So Hardbass already with 3 eliminations. I do see Brute Force right behind them. Looks like Hardbass are trying to keep tabs on Brute Force, but Brute Force, we've seen in the past, a very aggressive squad. The thing is, they're down to just a duo.
Yeah, and I mean, some teams are able to perform well even as being a duo, a trio, or even a solo, but you know, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case for them. Now down to just a solo and Hardbass team. I mean, they're not even giving them the 1v1. Just nade them out. This squad, they're in a prime position right now to maybe farm more in the lobby, but it seems like everyone's making plays. Wait a second. FLUX sending it onto Dark Knights.
Okay, catching some air right there. The distraction needed for FLUX to really close the gap and pull up, but you got Killer Joe from the window with the UMP. Nice little trade right there. Killer Joe cooking a grenade, looking to ricochet it off the windowsill. Killer Joe's looking to see if their calculations pay off right there. And Killer Joe, the last one alive. Kippa Boss is going to be bleeding on out right now. It's up to Killer Joe to seal the deal, to take out FLUX beneath him. Killer Joe, 2 more grenades, no Molotovs here. It looks like the heals are going to be coming out for FLUX. Oh, we hear the bullets. We hear the shotguns. The DBS is reloading as well. Here comes Killer Joe making their last stand. Well, that's it. Dark Knights eliminated with a healthy point lead. Now it's up to Falcons White to essentially take out FLUX. Try to continue to move up these leaderboards.
I was going to say, I was really feeling this push from Falcon White. The only way they were going to make it off the coast is if someone decided to take a fight at the Dark Knights compound. That exactly happens, and it seems like Falcon White had kind of 2 different ideas of what they want to do. One of them knocked on the coastline, the other one going back for the revive instead of just full committing to the fight. I had to assume that they knew the kill feed was looking like, you know, 1 player's knocked. We could take this 4v3. Even though we have to run to the compound, we could run and gun it, and we could play for trades. But unfortunately, I believe it was RT9 for Real Tiger. They actually just halted all the Falcons push, and now it doesn't seem like a worthy fight at this point for me.
Well, here it is. The Falcons are knocking on the door right now with their DBSs. And, well, it's up to Ketch right now. DBS stairwell. We've seen this story multiple times here today. But the flash, the quick flash at the end might have blinded them to allow the push to completely wipe out FLUX.
Look at this.
The Falcons White still alive, still active. But here comes RTG Esports. The trio trying to take advantage in third party because look at the live rankings. Falcons actually overtaking RTG after that fight. 13 eliminations, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, they still got 3 players. They're getting the full resets off. I believe they're in zone, if not just barely out of it. You'd assume that they would be able to make their way into the next zone shift, but I mean, you got to be careful running out of the compound. They didn't know Groza actually came this far down the cliffside, not finding any knocks. There we go, actually getting 1 now, but I mean, it's really a question of, can you capitalize off of these knocks you're getting, or are you going to allow them to get the resets?
AGGRESSOR bleeding out right there. Groza trying to make their last stand with their grenades. Now their final Molotov. A lot of smoke on the battlefield. Looks like AGGRESSOR is trying to crawl into the building. Wasn't able to make it right in time. Should be able to get revived. And, well, looking at RTG and their utility, looks like they might have used it all on the attempt right there to flush out Falcons White. So Falcons White are still going to be alive. And like you said, in the zone, technically, right there on the edge. Are they in a good spot? Not really, you know, if they do have to push out. But time is somewhat on their side for the time being, because think about this. Hardbass, you hear all this. You're going to look over here in this direction, and RTG are essentially sitting ducks if Hardbass get the proper angle on them.
Yeah, and I mean, they already kind of shifted themselves towards that direction. They knew the fights were going on, but after hearing, you know, Falcons kind of go dead silent, you know, RTG's not shooting anything, nothing going on in the kill feed, I think Hardbass is playing this extremely well, just going, hey, we don't need to fully commit to this. There's still a lot of game left to be played. We obviously 7-2-1 aggressors up on top of the hillside, but the zone shift's basically centered up, so both RTG and Falcons will have to finish up their fight for a chance to move into the south side of zone, but the molly landed on his head, it seemed.
Dude's out there burning, man. Dude's out there burning, and now the flash follow-up. I can't see a thing.
Is that like the 5th one this game? There's been way too many flashes going on.
A lot of flashes. That's all we got left. And now Falcons White looking to make their final stand up against RTG. Rio D behind the boulder, peeking out with the M4, immediately taking out a flush right there. Groza trying to toss some flashes in the smoke, trying to help their squad mate in the thick of it. There's another one for RTG taken out. Now it's up to Groza. A flash in hand, sure. It looks good, but what are we going to do with it? Looking to get some pre-fire around this boulder. But the Falcons White squad still alive, still active, and
wow,
able to take them out here. Falcons White, 16 eliminations.
That took them to 3rd. I mean, RTG's out now. It's just going to be Hardbass if they're going to be able to take down what seems like the Goliaths in the lobby. Now, they do have 4 players alive, no vehicles, I think, for the Falcon squad, but everyone's turning their eyes elsewhere. It seems like a bit of a catch-out for the Triple Esports roster. This is actually just a solo in the dead center of zone, Dave. Just taking pod shots at everyone.
The solo dolos. We got 3 of them, to be exact, because Falcons looks like they lost a lot in that last push. Unfortunately for them, really was cheering for them. They had such a run here this game, but regardless, they climbed the leaderboards without a doubt with their elimination, right?
Yeah.
So, huge come up for the Falcons White squad, and I know that was a team that you had your eye on back in the finals, right? A lot of expectations, and I gotta say, this last game, well, Falcons White definitely showing up, man.
Yeah, and you always wish that maybe it happened sooner, or maybe it was spread out more throughout the game so you'd have better placements and stuff like that. But that squad itself has proven to me that, hey, even though we've had a bad day, we could still have a good game. And for that, I mean, they obviously didn't win the match, but the placements, I think you said they started at what, 7th, if not 8th place coming into the match. We saw them at least reach up into that contention for 3rd, if not 2nd place finish. So just the movement, we'll have to wait and see for the overall, of course, but the movement from that squad from the last game, it was just, it's superb.
Still alive too. Let's see, 9 eliminations here this game. Going to be pre-firing some bushes, looking for them snakes in the dirt, if you can find them, of course. But 16 eliminations. Talk about a banger of a match to go out here in the finals. Just making sure their back is clear. I get it. Got to be cautious out here, especially with some solos on the battlefield. But these solos really playing spoiler to the Hardbass team trying to secure a second place because moments ago they had all 4 alive, but after this rotate, especially results from Triple Esports, well, we can see the results. Hardbass down to just 2.
Yeah, and I mean, he had finished 2 players on Hardbass, really just being a sword on their side, which I got a question. How do we have 2 vehicles and we're getting knocked and eliminated? And they're actually out. Hardbass is gone, Dave. So the Falcons actually got an elimination on that rotation. Really unsure what the game plan was there from the squad, because now, I mean, the contention for that second place spot, I think, is up for grabs.
It's open. It is open here. See what happens. Can the Falcons White solo get at least second place for those 6 points? Every point matters at this point in the game. 1 point to be the deciding factor, like you said, between second and third. We'll get to that here very shortly, because now 721 Aggressors looking to get the final winnerware chicken dinner, of course, if they can flush out the last 2 enemies on the battlefield.
That was a squad 2, Dave. They needed more elimination points. If they could pick up both of these with the winner placements, they could shoot up the leaderboards themselves. Good. And a lot of people around him, he doesn't even have his gun out. He already knows. So 721 Aggressors winning the final match of the Lidoma International Series Grand Finals, Dave. GG. And, you know, we obviously know probably who that first place contention's looking like, but everything after that, I mean, it's all a blur in my eyes.
Yeah, without a doubt. I know 721, they came into match number 5 in 8th place on the overall. So they got the win, which is 10 points plus 8 eliminations. That's going to be an 18-point game going their way. Falcons White, they came into this game in 7th place. All right. They had like 16 eliminations last time we checked. So that was a solid game, I have to say. Not only that, Hardbass and RTG surviving for a long time this game. I'm not sure how many eliminations they had, but regardless, that second place, that third place, the $1,000, the $800, it's going to be awfully close, man. It is going to be very close.
Yeah, and I'm just going to feel real bad if Falcon White ended up passing Hardbass, because Hardbass themselves, they were the team that had 4-man up. They had, I believe, 6 or so eliminations coming into one of those final zones before they were wiped out. And really just, I don't know if people didn't want to take vehicles, or maybe they thought they were safe in the zone. But Triple Esports really just being the spoiler of the match, and maybe even the whole tournament. Obviously, we can look at the team stats of the roster. A lot of damage coming out of Spidey. That was a player that we've seen actually perform pretty well this tournament, even though his team maybe was a little bit more like on and off on some matches.
Yeah, even last week as well in the EU finals, I recall chatting about them multiple times. So shout out to the 721 Aggressor boys, honestly. Shout out to them. And I'm looking forward to seeing this overall. Yes, Dark Knights representing the EU, coming in hot, just dominating games 1 and games 2. And then after that, it was kind of just coasting, you know, making sure to just get consistent points, right? But Hardbass showing up. Oh, look at the damage.
1,300 damage. And 10 eliminations. I mean, he had 500 healing as well. Like, he was taking shots and he was giving it.
Giving it their all, right?
Yeah.
Last game of the grand finals, giving it their all, and that's what you want to see here. Some teams, I know we were kind of chatting about them, like, what are we doing? Kind of turtling it up, just holding down a compound, playing the zones. Like, that's just not the play. And I am really impressed with Falcons White. This is a team, they weren't even the top 3 coming from the EU finals, right? So for them to I believe finally realize, like, listen, this is our last game. We need to start playing a little more aggressive. I wish we saw more of that, Enigma. I'm not gonna lie, because it was great.
Well, I think what it comes down to is it looks great because it worked out in the end for them. You know, they got a bunch of eliminations, but what's to say any one of those fights turns south and you go out with maybe 6 or 7 eliminations. We saw FLUX kind of was a story for them. They were getting 6, 7, 8 eliminations a game, but going out before you really get anything more than 1 or 2 placement points. So it's kind of a sob story to think about if any of that would happen. But for these squads, I mean, we're seeing the same names pop up again and again, and the dominance that these players are able to show it's almost unseen before, outside of just global international play like PMGC.
Yeah, and I think the important thing is that they tried, right? That's the point, right? Like, yeah, if it didn't work out in their favor, they got eliminated with like 2 eliminations, we'd have been like, what are they doing, right? I get it, right? It's easy for us to say, but on the other end, at least they try. They recognize this is the game that we really need to give it our all. And look at this, P6, like we saw in the last graphic, 10 eliminations. I believe that was the highest individual elimination counts per game, if I'm not mistaken. I know we had 8 earlier on, but 10, definitely taking the cherry out here tonight.
I don't think either in EU finals as well. So overall, you know, from what at least we've, you know, each other have casted, 10 is the most. Falcon White, I mean, it was great to see. We could see it here, of course. The most points, 23 with only 6 placement points. Shout out to 721 Aggressors for grabbing 18 points to their name. But a lot of these people, you know, they got some points that are pretty concerning to some people to really see. Yeah. But looking across the leaderboard, you know, we see Dark Knights, 0. A donut. Wow. So really surprising. I thought they got at least 1, if not 2 placement points as a squad, with it being so late in the game, but I guess not.
FLUX with only 4 points in total as well. RTG with 6 points in total, and Hardbass with 11 in total. So those eliminations coming in clutch because they did get a 4th place there, right? But really, my eye is, I have a feeling first, you know, I'll be shocked, right? My math has to be horrible if the Dark Knights aren't there, but Falcons White, you know, like that's what I have my eye on. Did they do enough just in time to secure the $1,000 second place, right? It's like that's what I'm questioning right now, because they came to that match in 7th place. But guess what? We don't need to guess anymore, because overall it's coming up here, Enigma. That's what I heard.
Hey, overall that sounds pretty good to me. Hopefully we can see it in a sec, because we're dying to know what that under, I guess, first place is looking like. But you know, it's just a matter of waiting and seeing, Dave. And I mean, in my eyes, I want to say Falcons White was able to reach second place, but hopefully, you know, maybe they were just short off the placement points that Hardbass were able to achieve.
True. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Remember, 3 regions. There's 800 teams at the beginning of this, and well, it came down to 18 teams today. We had MENA, we had EU, we had Turkey. 3 different regions who competed in their finals this last week, each sending their best teams to the grand finals here with a total prize pool of $5,000. First place, $2,000. Second place, $1,000. Third place, $800. So there was a ton of PUBG Mobile action, and it was a gauntlet for these teams to make it here to the final PUBG Mobile competitive lobby of the year, to my knowledge here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, some of them were able to make those international events and others didn't. And, you know, the idea is you want to finish the year out strong, and Dark Knights obviously proved that they wanted to do that. These other squads, you know, we could talk about NGX not making grand finals. They were able to make it to their MENA regional finals, unfortunately falling short. But some teams, you know, really taking the end of the year more serious. And obviously with the new system coming up for next year, everyone's wanting to have their practice in. But the Dark Knights, Dave, we knew it was going to be it. Your winners, of course, for the Lidoma Pubg Mobile International Series number 2 grand final. So 64 points, and you and I can talk about, we've talked about it the whole night. 42 eliminations on the squad.
Yeah, massive GGs to the squad. $2,000 going their way, and it was a team effort without a doubt, but we did have some highlightable plays from like Killer Joe, from Kippa Boss, like that duo. They're really working in tandem here tonight, and it was really looking like they were firing on all cylinders. My favorite game was what was it? Game 2, the Miramar, where they had the high ground. They had the 2-2 splits. They had the duo on the hilltops who they were running out of ammunition, barely any ammo, right? And they still managed to come out on top after such an explosive game number 1. So GG's to the Dark Knights. They were second place in the EU finals, and well, they're going to end the year in first place here in the grand finals, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, that's always a great feeling. You're coming off, whatever, maybe previous stuff before the Lidoma regional finals and stuff like that. Maybe you didn't have a stellar performance. You come in here, hey, we're going to play our game. Let's try to perfect our craft. And for them, I mean, they finish in first, but second place,
wow.
It's a tie, and I think it's decided off the win format.
Yeah.
So Hardbass, the team that had won one of the previous matches, being able to beat Falcons White on the tiebreaker format. So
cool.
Great
so cool.
effort, but really unfortunate to see.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Falcons White, still huge come up, because 7th place, not a lot of money, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
So 3rd place, $800. So they're going to be on the podium, you can say. And yeah, Hardbass definitely clutching out with their single winner chicken dinner to secure the $1,000 there. KR Esports, man, that won the last game. They went from 2nd to 6th place.
Wow.
Overall, and they're feeling at that game. But I mean, we keep going back to like all these players, all these teams, regardless of where they are looking like on this leaderboard, should be proud, because this lobby, to even make it here in the first place, was a challenge in its own right here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think the main part of that challenge is the mental fortitude you need to have. Obviously, we know SUG is an amazing squad. They played in PMGC Grand Finals and stuff like that. We know all these sorts of players have the skill, whether it's the individual gun skill, the mindset, the gameplay. Just unfortunately, today wasn't their day. And like I said before, someone's got to hold up the bottom of the leaderboard. It doesn't change the fact that all these squads deserve to be here, because they made it through the gauntlet. They made those short sprints, and they were able to prove, at least hopefully to all of you fans out there, whether you're the Hate Gaming fans, the Real Tiger Nines, or even the Dark Knight fans, that you would support this team no matter what, and you can't ask for any more than that from a player.
Yeah, definitely a round of applause in the chat for everybody, for the team, the Lidoma team in the background, making sure everything runs smoothly. For the other, there's 3 different languages being streamed today too, right? So shout out to those streams, those viewers. But here we go. 16 eliminations on Killer Joe and 13 on Kippa Boss out here, first and second. So MVPs, Enigma.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised that Killer Joe's damage numbers are so different from Kippa Boss, because I felt Kippa was popping off on those first 2 matches, but Killer Joe, I mean, out damaging his own, second best teammate by roughly, I think it's 700 damage, with only having 3 more eliminations. So you could tell that Killer Joe seemed to be that calm, cool, and collected player, while Kippa Boss was maybe more that I'm going to go for their stellar plays. And no matter which style of player you are, I mean, it shows that if you're on the same team, you can make it work. And both of those players, obviously, it's not just 2 that plays the game of PUBG. They're 2 teammates. Shout out to them, of course, whether they're supporting an IGL role, another fragger that maybe just didn't get the knocked players in front of him for him to throw. It's still just an amazing squad all around. And I believe the 3rd place spot for the MVP rankings was on FLUX. So great stuff to see from that squad. Unfortunately, they weren't able to perform in that sort of top 3 range, I guess you could say. But shout out to, I believe it was Solus on the board. Really nice stuff to see from him tonight.
Yeah, Killer Joe, though, just to kind of double back on that point, definitely needs to give Kippa Boss a tip of the cap, because if you remember, we've seen multiple games here tonight where Killer Joe's like looking for ammunition, like, hey, and then Kippa Boss was the person.
He's
there
like, okay,
a couple, right? So listen, he's got more damage, but who really supplied him with the ammunition to continue getting that damage? Just saying, just put it out there. But regardless, both players did a phenomenal job. So Enigma, final thoughts, man. I mean, this is our second day here on the Lidoma International Series number 2. Final thoughts from you here.
I mean, just stellar performance from the Dark Knights. Shout out to them. Obviously, all their fans are probably going crazy. We saw it in the EU finals and that sort of stuff. But obviously, shout out to Lidoma and that sort of stuff as well. You, all the fans, and everyone that was here watching, because, I mean, we wouldn't be able to do any of this without any of you guys. And, I mean, it was run perfect in my eyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you smash the follow on the streams, on our socials, and guess what? That's it. We're done. Champions crowned, the grand finals done and dusted. Wow. Well, shout out to everybody at Lidoma. Ladies and gentlemen, keep playing PUBG Mobile. Until next time, we'll catch you later.